ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this meeting of the Los Angeles City Board of Public Works. Today is Wednesday, December 8, 2021. I am Greg Good. Dr. Campos, would you like to establish quorum for us, please?
Absolutely. Good morning, everyone. Fernando Campos, Executive Officer, establishing roll call and quorum for this morning. We have President Good, Vice President Garcia, President Pro Tem Davis, Commissioner Caloza, and Commissioner Villegas. Mr. President, you do have a quorum at this time. Currently, we do not have any callers on the line under general public comment. We also do not have any commentary under the Neighborhood Council comments section. We do have one caller on the line for commentary on item number 1. In addition to that, we did receive a Google comment form on our website that will be distributed to all commissioners, including the appellant and also the Bureau of Engineering team this morning.
Thank you, Dr. Campos. All right, I will move so general public comment on this for this board agenda is officially closed, and I will move to approve the minutes from Wednesday, November 17th, 2021. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Davis. Any objections or concerns? Commissioners Villegas, Garcia, Caloza? All right, hearing none, the minutes from Wednesday, November 17th, 2021 are adopted and approved forthwith. We will also now continue, ladies and gentlemen, item 3 to December 15th, 2021. That is the Public Works Trust Fund update. And with that, Dr. Campos, I will adjourn this meeting of the Board of Public Works, and we will now convene the Board of Public Works Relocation Appeals Board. And again, welcome to the Los Angeles City Board of Public Works Relocation Appeals Board meeting for Wednesday, December 8th, 2021. Dr. Campos, can we reestablish quorum? For the record.
Absolutely, Mr. President. Fernando Campos, Executive Officer. It is 10:23. The Relocation Appeals Board hearing is going to start at this time. We will go ahead and call roll call and quorum. We have President Good, Vice President Garcia, President Pro Tem Davis, Commissioner Caloza, and Commissioner Villegas. Again, this is for the Relocation Appeals Board hearing for item number 1 and 2.
All right. So we will get started. Dr. Campos, you will hold tight. So, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, this is a continuation of an appeals board hearing first convened in January of 2018. This is not, however, a relitigation exercise, at least for us as the board. Of nearly 8 years at this point. This is not an effort to replay 8 years. We are convening as the Relocations Appeals Board to hear the recommendations and report from December 8th, 2021 of the Bureau of Engineering and the appeal of the October 17th report by La Gloria Foods Corporation. Our process for today's hearing will be as follows. I'll read the item into the record. We will then have general public comment for folks who are not real parties of interest. We will then first hear a presentation from the Bureau of Engineering. I'm going to allow up to 45 minutes for that presentation. Bureau representatives, you are not required to use that whole 45 minutes. We will then most likely take a short recess. We will then hear the case for appeal from La Gloria and their counsel and consultants. In this appeal, representatives of La Gloria will be allowed up to 2 hours. You are also not required to use the entire 2 hours, but you have up to 2 hours. That's your time. We will then hear a rebuttal from the Bureau of Engineering, and that rebuttal will be allowed up to 15 minutes. We will then hear a closing rebuttal from La Gloria. if you choose to avail yourself of that opportunity. This will also be up to 15 minutes. From there, I may ask for comments or counsel from the city attorney, or may not. And then the board will have Q&A for up to 1 hour and 15 minutes. And then we will move in whatever direction the board decides to go. From the outset, please let me stress, at the risk of being master of the obvious, there are extremely strong, passionate feelings on this matter, and appropriately so. This is a substantive, meaningful matter impacting many stakeholders. However, to be clear, I will not let it devolve into an argument or debate session. Everyone will adhere to the standards of decorum and civility, and if that ceases to be the case, I will intervene and I will not be forgiving. The gravity of this matter demands attention and listening, and I encourage everyone here to do just that. To be clear, again, what we're dealing with is the report in front of us, and that's the matter at hand. So with that, also, as a reminder, we have translation services going right now, and so for everyone, and I'm chief among them. Please speak deliberately and clearly, and potentially slowly. Note to self, for the record. So, colleagues, any questions here, 2-4? Okay. So now, let's go on to item number 1. Item number 1 is a continuation of Relocation's Appeal Board hearing from January 29th, 2018. This is appeal hearing and non-residential relocation claim with Gloria Foods Corporations, Cesar Chavez, Lorena Street, Indiana Street intersection improvements project right-of-way number 33709. Recommending the Public Works Relocation Appeals Board, 1, hear the October 19th, 2017 de novo appeal filed about La Gloria Foods Corporation with the City of Los Angeles, resulting from the city's July 14th, 2017 determination of eligibility regarding La Gloria's June 2015 claim for relocation benefits, which were sought pursuant to California and federal relocation statutes and regulations, the appeal. So that is the item we hear today. 2, deny La Gloria's appeal and determine La Gloria's relocation benefits by approving the lowest bid amount of $1,406,592 provided by John Berry and Associates to relocate La Gloria. 3, instruct the Bureau of Engineering, Real Estate Division, to rescind any and all prior notices of eligibility issued concerning La Gloria's relocation benefit claim. 4, confirm that the previously approved relocation budget of $2,475,000, not to exceed $3 million, is adequate to relocate La Gloria, and the funds may be used to reimburse La Gloria's approved relocation expenses, and authorize the city engineer to request the Los Angeles Department of Transportation to draw the necessary funds to effect La Gloria's relocation. And 5, find that the determination of the appeal by the appeals board is a final action, not reviewable or appealable further within the city, such that any time limits for La Gloria to seek any available federal administrative or judicial review of the appeals board's determination begins to run on the date of this action by the appeals board. Work order E1906614. Board will not take action on the January 29th, 2018 and June 2, 2021 reports and will be noted, those reports will be noted and filed. And again, this item was continued from the original board meeting of October 30th, 2017, January 29th, 2018, March 2nd, 2018, April 20, 2018, June 8th, 2018, Wednesday, June 2, 2021, Wednesday, July 14th, 2021, Friday, September 10th, 2021. So, colleagues, because of the depth of this matter, I just want to ask if anybody's got questions about the recommendations themselves. Okay. All right, Dr. Campos, I believe we do have one public comment. Is that correct?
That is correct. We will go ahead and take that comment now at this time. Sophia, if you can please unmute your microphone. The Relocations Appeals Board is now considering item number 1. If you can please unmute yourself, you will have 2 minutes to speak on this item. Please go ahead.
Okay, my name is Sofia Quiñones, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Boyle Heights East Los Angeles Coalition, as well as the families of Evergreen Cemetery. No land use projects that involve former Councilman Jose Huizar should be rubber stamped. This entire project, as well as the process that has led to this hearing, is a sad example of political corruption left behind by criminals like Jose Huizar and his cohorts. This land use project has been reported to the FBI. This project is a hate crime. MTA and LA County Metro have a long history of anti-Mexican behavior. This project seeks to demolish La Gloria Mexican Food in order to build a roundabout, a glorieta, that does not meet roundabout standards. This project will cause congestion and negatively impact emergency response time, making it a threat to public safety. It will negatively impact the environment in an area already suffering from environmental degradation. This project threatens our burial grounds, and I have a certification in Preservation Act 106, and I went to attain it after the MTA violated and desecrated our cemetery. Because there was a flood in the past, some of the bodies were taken out into the street, and therefore human remains may still be underneath the entire area surrounding the cemetery. This project will obliterate our entire historic Cinco Puntos corridor, along with the Mexican monuments dedicated to men who gave their lives for this country and fought in World War II in Korea and received congressional medals of honor as well as in Vietnam. Those monuments were put there by our ancestors specifically because when the city of Los Angeles created its boundaries, it excluded Mexican Americans. Our ancestors gave their lives for this country, and that is why those monuments are there. We don't want them renamed. That has also been proposed. That is a hate crime. I've had to deal with the pain of listening to veterans and their families talk about their living 100-year-old grandfathers and fathers who were prisoners of war.
2 minutes. If you could please wrap up. 2 minutes.
We do not want you to move forward with anything. I think the FBI still needs to be involved and have an investigation. Leave the Gloria where it's at. I've also filed complaints with Adult Protective Services because it's impacted many of our seniors, and there has been conflict on the ground with the current elected official staff. And I filed a report, and I have filed 2 reports, and those reports are open. And so this has caused a lot of conflict, and we don't want any soldier committing suicide or hurting another member of the community because they're threatening their monuments to build this glorieta. And I think that more investigation has to be done on why is it that the MTA was allowed to use eminent domain. They should be dealing with transportation, not glorietas. And for this board to sanction that, that's
if you
illegal.
can just please wrap up. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. I just want to say this is unfortunate. I also believe that the owners of La Gloria are also suffering from abuse, and that should also be documented.
Thank you.
Mr. President, that clears the deck for any callers on item number 1.
Okay, so public comment is officially closed. We will now move into our deliberations or hearing. The Bureau of Engineering. I'm not sure who will be leading, but with us today from the Bureau of Engineering, I believe, is Uriel Jimenez, Janelle Para, and then also Bob Berry from the JBA team, Ryan Cosens from the JBA team, Monique Den, and I see Jose Fuentes. So, Mr. Jimenez, will you be kicking us off?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Robert Malowitz will also be speaking for
Okay.
the city.
It's your time, Mr. Jimenez.
Sure. So, thank you very much.
And whoever, I'm sorry, Mr. Jimenez, one quick note, and this is from here till we're off. If you're not speaking, please mute. That is actually, that is a matter of protocol and manners. People need to hear what's being said. So thank y'all.
Thank you, President Good, and good morning, Commissioners of the Board of Relocation Appeals. My name is Uri Jimenez, and I'm the Chief Real Estate Officer for the Department of Public Works, Bureau of Engineering. We are here this morning to finalize an appeal by La Gloria for a relocation claim that was filed by La Gloria in 2017. This hearing has been continued a number of times for various reasons, and rather than to cover a long history regarding this appeal, which is already part of the record, we will focus on the resolution of the matter and the most current information that will resolve this relocation appeal once and for all. At the heart of the matter are bids provided by JBA on behalf of the city and Gates on behalf of La Gloria. We believe that the JBA bids as revised are current and accurate and should be relied on, and that the Gates bids are inaccurate and include non-eligible relocation costs, and that the lowest cost option, as required by law, is the relocation of existing equipment to the First Street property. In summary, we will be making recommendations to the Appeals Board and discuss the status of the La Gloria acquisition and relocation, and we will also discuss current bids and relocation law as it applies to this appeal. President Good, you've read the recommendations 1 through 5, so in the interest of time, I will not repeat those. However, I would like to add recommendation number 6, which and read it into the record. We would like the Relocation Board of Appeals to adopt the December 8, 2021 Appeals Board report as the Appeal Board's statement of decision. The Cesar Chavez Roundabout project was requested by the Department of Transportation for the City of Los Angeles in order to increase public safety and improve traffic circulation at this 5-legged intersection, which borders both the city and the county of Los Angeles, also known as Cinco Puntos. The intersection of Cesar Chavez Avenue at Lorena Street and Indiana Street is a 5-legged intersection in the Boyle Heights community of the city. Access to and through the intersection is currently controlled by traffic signals and stop signs. The intersection includes 2 traffic islands. Due to the complex configuration and alignment of the intersection, vehicular traffic is hazardous and has experienced significant delays and traffic conflicts. To mitigate the congestion and increase traffic safety in the area, the LADOT has proposed to reconfigure the existing intersection into a modern roundabout. La Gloria is one of the properties that is needed for the project and has been acquired to enable construction of the project. The city has paid The city has paid for the property located at 3285 East Cesar Chavez Avenue and has been attempting to relocate La Gloria, which manufactures flour tortillas at the site, to another of La Gloria's factories located at 3455 First Street. The First Street property is less than 1/2 mile from the Cesar Chavez property. La Gloria manufactures corn tortillas at the First Street property and will consolidate both operations into one location. La Gloria chose its First Street property as the relocation site. The project will be partially federally funded. Thus, it must comply with the Uniform Relocation Assistance and Real Property Acquisition Policies Act, which is also known as the Uniform Act or 49 CFR 24. The project must also comply with the California Relocation Assistance Act of the California Code of Regulations and the Caltrans Right-of-Way Manual, as the Right-of-Way Manual interprets all of these laws. And now I would like to introduce my colleague, Janelle Parra, who will provide more details about the status of the property acquisition and the relocation of La Gloria. Janelle?
Thank you, Mr. Jimenez. Good morning, President Good, Commissioners, and distinguished guests. All matters concerning the real estate have been resolved and paid for. The city acquired Cesar Chavez property from La Gloria on December 14, 2015. This is a correction on record. The board report information reflected November. And the city paid a total of $2,187,123 for the real property and furniture, fixtures, and equipment, also known as FF&E. Since the city acquired the Cesar Chavez property, La Gloria has been using the city's property rent-free, which at the time was $15,000 a month, totaling $1.08 million to date. La Gloria has been operating at the same location undisturbed for over 6 years without paying rent or property taxes. In other words, as a result of the city's purchase of the Cesar Chavez property and the non-payment of rent or taxes, La Gloria has the benefit of over $3 million to relocate its facilities to the replacement property and has failed to even begin the process of relocation. Furthermore, La Gloria has no right or authority to remain on the Cesar Chavez property while it awaits the appeals board's final decision. La Gloria's claim that the city has denied La Gloria benefits or delayed its relocation is disingenuous at best, as La Gloria has enjoyed uninterrupted use and enjoyment of the city's property for more than 6 years without paying $1 in rent. La Gloria's lack of cooperation with the city is the primary reason for the delay of its relocation. La Gloria's initial relocation claim was for $4,246,300, which is a sum of cost to buy new equipment and condition the replacement property to receive the new equipment. Furthermore, La Gloria claimed that it would be more expensive to move the existing equipment than to buy new equipment. Based on that claim, the Bureau of Engineering analyzed the claim and determined that $2,475,354 of the $4.2 million claimed amount was eligible for reimbursement, and the Board of Public Works approved that relocation budget. Thereafter, La Gloria filed an appeal to be paid the difference, and that is why we are here today. As mentioned earlier, after over 6 years of trying to resolve this matter, much has occurred, and I will discuss some of the milestones that have taken place during this relocation. October 19, 2017, La Gloria filed an appeal. January 29, 2018, the Appeals Board opened its relocation appeal hearing, and as no resolution was reached, this hearing was continued. March 28, 2019, the Appeals Board hired Overland Pacific and Cutler to advise the Appeals Board on the relocation matter at hand. However, La Gloria refused to give OPC adequate access to the properties to provide the Appeals Board with a complete and accurate report. La Gloria also failed to provide OPC additional information it requested. This is yet another example of how La Gloria failed to cooperate with the city to expedite its relocation. February 28, 2019 and March 13, 2019, OPC report and clarification memo was issued. But as noted previously, the report lacked detail that was necessary to make final determination on La Gloria's relocation claim, as the OPC report was not conclusive and the recommendations required more information from La Gloria and access to the displacement and replacement properties. The relocation appeal was not resolved at this time. 2019-2020. In order to resolve the matter of La Gloria's relocation, BOE worked on obtaining new and updated bids. However, as a result of the current pandemic and La Gloria's continued non-cooperation, this effort was delayed. May 19, 2021. Due to La Gloria's non-cooperation and lack of access to both properties, BOE had no choice but to submit a report to the Appeals Board recommending denial of the appeal and rescission of previously issued relocation eligibility. Thereafter, a hearing was scheduled for June 2, 2021 to hear the matter by the Appeals Board. June 2, 2021. Upon hearing the BOE's recommendation and with the assistance of City Council District 14, La Gloria agreed to cooperate and provide BOE and its contractors the necessary access to the properties, and the hearing was once again continued to a later date, September 2021, and further continued to today, December 8, 2021, at La Gloria's request. July 9, 2021, BOE hired John Berry and Associates, also known as JBA, to obtain at least 2 bids to relocate La Gloria and validate the information provided to us by La Gloria. In making the determination of La Gloria's relocation eligibility, BOE must consider whether the cost is actual, reasonable, and necessary. Furthermore, because the project will be federally funded, BOE must also comply with federal and state law when making such determination. Among the costs considered are construction costs that will be necessary to disconnect and reconnect moved equipment, including electrical costs. BOE must also consider whether it is more costly to move and reconnect the existing equipment or to purchase substitute equipment, and is bound to approve the lesser of the two. In order to assist the city in making that determination, JBA has provided us with 2 bids to disconnect, move, and reconnect the existing equipment, and 3 substitute equipment bids. The conclusion of JBA's effort is that moving and reconnecting the existing equipment costs between $1.45 million to $1.7 million, and that the purchase of substitute equipment costs between $2 million to $5.3 million. Therefore, it costs less to disconnect, move, and reconnect existing equipment than buying and installing new equipment. Understandably, La Gloria nevertheless wants new equipment. At this time, I would like to introduce Mr. Bob Berry, President of John Berry and Associates, who will discuss the current bids and related information. JBA is an engineering company which has successfully relocated many businesses, including businesses displaced by eminent domain.
Good morning, Bob Berry, John Berry and Associates, and thank you very much, Janelle and Udi. Again, as Janelle shared, We were asked by the city to obtain competitive bids to support the relocation of La Gloria to the new consolidated site. To provide you a quick overview, again, I'm Bob Berry, president of John Berry and Associates. John Berry and Associates was founded in 1954, and a large portion of our activity is supporting relocation for both eminent domain and regular relocation of complex facilities. My background quickly is graduate, Loyola High School in Los Angeles, UCLA undergraduate, MBA from Pepperdine University. I have 40 plus years of helping people relocate their operations in many different industries. I teach engineering and facility planning part-time at both the University of San Diego and Chapman University. Married with 2 children and 2 grandchildren so far. Our main charity is local to you, Homeboy Industries, that we have done multiple pro bono projects for Father Greg Boyle and their team there. Who is JBA? JBA are management engineers. I think it's important to define our role in that what we do is we coordinate the attaining of competitive bids for small, medium, and large companies. Many of them are manufacturers, like La Gloria, and they go from size of from 500 square feet to Hughes Aircraft, many millions of square feet. And what we do is we do facility planning, project management, construction supervision, and relocation. Again, it's important to note that we are not general contractors, and I mentioned that in that our approach is to invite proven architects, engineers, general contractors, fire life safety, environmental, mover, riggers, and all appropriate specialists relative to the industries we serve. And we attain 2 or more competitive bids from those entities to support solid competitive bids, which we have provided on the La Gloria relocation. Quick overview of our team. We have a team that's made up of engineers, MBAs, facility planners, construction supervisor specialists, and move coordinators. We had multiple people on this project that I led and provided good, solid, competitive bids, as Janelle outlined here on the slide. I think it's important also to note that we have done and do a great deal of eminent domain work, and we've represented the displacees, cities, agencies, worked with some of the top eminent domain attorneys, etc. And the variety of company types that we've moved include retail stores, printers, restaurants, catering, truck organizations, rubber manufacturers, chemical processing, equipment movers, call centers, carpet manufacturing, etc. So we have a heavy amount of eminent domain that goes back actually now over 50 years in our history. And we do a lot of work, as I mentioned, for other fine companies that are just moving on their own, such as Titleist, Hughes Aircraft, Vandycamps, Taco Bell Commissary, etc. So again, we were asked to attain good competitive bids, and that's exactly what JBA has done, actually hundreds of times since 1954. So the process that we followed is proven both in eminent domain and in regular moves. And what we do is we visit the origin and the destination, and our team, multiple people on our team, have visited both the origin and the consolidated sites multiple times. We define in great detail the request for proposal. So for each of the professional groups, general contractors, architects, engineers, etc., we develop a detailed request for proposal, which they respond to. Each of the vendors visit the sites some of them multiple times, and identify the cost to perform their tasks. We meet with the vendors, we tour, we meet with the vendors after, and we help them in the development of their competitive bids. We then provide the competitive matrix, which we provided the city, which results in what you saw here with Casco and team. And again, Casco and team, the team word really covers all the architects, engineers, movers, riggers, specialists, environmental, UL testing, etc., that's outlined in the proposals themselves. It's important to mention the vendors, and that these vendors that you see on the screen are all proven vendors that have completed multiple millions of dollars of light complex manufacturing, and in one case, Norm Wilson & Sons actually helped move a large tortilla factory, which I think is important to note. So these vendors complement the John Berry & Associates in-house team that have over 130 years of collective facility planning, relocation experience to support good, solid bids. So that provides you with an overview and the plan forward. If we were selected to support the team to move La Gloria smoothly and effectively into their consolidated site with the minimal amount of downtime, we would do so, and we would project that the project would take, with permitting, et cetera, 10 to 12 months from concept to consolidation. And we would coordinate that in a fashion to keep the manufacturing going throughout the process to support the minimal amount of downtime. There would probably be about a 16 to 18 month construction period, again, that would be set up in a fashion to protect the ongoing business. What I do want to mention is that you'll see here is the budget, and you'll see that there has been some adjustments relative to the amount of reestablishment that can be noted. Also want to make sure I mention that we did receive Kate's comments and, if you will, questions and critiques on the budget, and all of those were responded to in writing and have been submitted. We also want to mention that we studied each and every one of those items in great detail, and we have also provided on record additional clarification to ensure that all parties understand that the bids provided are complete. So there is some clarification on low voltage, environmental permits, temporary power and equipment modification. That is part of the overall cost, but we did provide that breakdown as well. So I believe Beauty might be commenting on the reestablishment items.
Yes. Here. Thank you, Bob. So just as a point of clarification.
Mr. Jimenez, can I just interject really quickly, just for my colleagues on the board and everyone? Please refrain, we're working on the technology, but please refrain from referring to or watching the chat. People chatting on there right now is tantamount to additional public comment, and that's not appropriate in the course of this hearing. So we'll get that taken care of, but I just want to encourage everyone to simply not. In fact, I'm asking you not to be reading the chat. Let's pay attention to the matters in front of us. Thank you.
Good. I'm sorry, this is Ted. Just if I can interject as well, I completely agree. Also, I don't think the meeting is recorded, but I don't know for a fact that the chat is even a recorded feature of it. And so at this point in time, I cannot say that anything that's in that chat field will be part of the record. We have an obligation to create a record here. And as far as I'm concerned, I cannot commit that anything in that chat feature is part of today's record. So if the parties need to talk, they should talk. And the chat function, as far as I'm concerned, is not part of that record.
This is Bob Berry again. I just want to make a quick correction. The timeline for the overall project would be 10 to 12 months, and the construction period of time would be 16 to 18 weeks. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob. Thanks for that clarification. So this slide here, commissioners, is basically to illustrate the difference between $1,450,000, which was the lowest bid for relocating La Gloria, and there was an adjustment that was necessary, and the adjustment is for what we call reestablishment. So, and that what's important to note here is that reestablishment is a capped moving expense, so that if you have $100,000 or $50,000 or $10,000 in reestablishment costs, all of the reestablishment costs are capped at $25,000. In this case, there was two things. There was some ADA compliance that was going to cost $39,000, but since that's capped at $25,000, the owner would be responsible to pay the difference. And so in this case, the first number that's highlighted here, $14,055, that's over and above the capped $25,000 for reestablishment. And then the other item, $23,450, is the part that the owner would be responsible for relocating the existing corn tortilla operation that is in place. So in order for the flour operation to move from the Cesar Chavez property to the First Street property, they have to make room in order to accommodate the flour operation. Some of the costs couldn't be broken up exactly like between corn and flour. So what we did is we deducted $23,000 from the cost that was estimated for the flour, which would be the owner's portion to relocate the corn operation. There may be other costs associated with the relocating or moving the corn operation, but those aren't considered and those are not eligible. None of the corn operation relocation costs are eligible because the city is only responsible to relocate the flour operation from the displacement property on Cesar Chavez. So the total amount that we're recommending that the Board of Appeals approve would be $1,406,592. It's covered. The bottom number, Janelle, there you go.
Yes, it's
$1,406,592. So that was just a point of clarification about what this slide is about.
Yeah, this is Bob Berry again. The other thing I think is important to point out is you'll see project contingency at 18% or $214,565. I think it's important for the group to see that solid contingency. Thank you.
This is Robert Malowitz. Before we move on from Mr. Berry's presentation, just a point of clarification that maybe Ms. Parra can respond to. Mr. Berry talked about written responses in the record. Has the BOE supplied that written response to Mr. Campos, Mr. Cummings, and the commissioners?
Mr. Malowitz, yes, I emailed copy of a spreadsheet to Dr. Campos this morning, like around, I want to say prior to this meeting, shortly prior to this meeting, that contained JBA's responses to what Mr. Gates sent to us on December 1st, 2021.
Okay, and Mr. Berry, that spreadsheet shows you looked at all of Mr. Randy Gates' critiques and have found them to be without substance as in terms of your conclusions. Is that correct?
That's correct. If we're all looking at what would be a good, accurate, competitive bid to complete the relocation activities defined, the bids provided do provide a full coverage of what's required.
Okay, and I just hope that Mr. Campos can provide that electronic spreadsheet to Mr. Cummings and LaGloria during the break, so that if they don't already have it, so that they have time to address it in their presentation or on rebuttal as they choose.
This is Fernando Campos, Executive Officer. Just to confirm, I did receive the email from the Bureau of Engineering at 10:01 this morning. I will go ahead and forward that to the appellant's team as soon as possible as well. And just for the record, the person that was speaking, if I can ask that person to identify themselves, I apologize, I didn't capture a name.
Robert Malowitz,
Thank you so much.
Deputy City Attorney.
Thank you.
Next slide, please. So Janelle will continue the discussion regarding additional information. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jimenez. It should be noted here that relocation law recognizes that some relocation costs may be necessary to effect a relocation, but may not be eligible for reimbursement, and that only those costs that are reimbursable will be recommended for approval by BOE. For example, as a result of the necessary construction that will take place at the replacement property, that's the First Street property, some ADA upgrades will be required to the on-site bathroom. Those costs are eligible as reestablishment costs and capped at $25,000 total. The $25,000 cap applies to all items listed as reestablishment cost. As mentioned earlier, BOE purchased all FF&E from La Gloria. Once BOE paid for the FF&E, it belonged to the city and was no longer eligible for reimbursement for disconnecting, moving, or reconnecting the item. However, La Gloria may choose to retain the item by paying BOE salvage value, and it will bear the cost to disconnect, move, and reconnect that purchased item at the replacement property. Please note that the Tortilla line equipment is a movable item and not considered FF&E. Therefore, that item was not purchased by the city. In summary, La Gloria's lowest bid to disconnect, move, and reconnect the existing equipment is for $1.45 million, as that cost includes the reestablishment cost and some costs to move the existing corn production operation. An adjustment was necessary to reflect the actual cost of moving the flour operation from the Cesar Chavez property to the replacement property, as Mr. Jimenez indicated earlier. Therefore, BOE is recommending that the Appeals Board approve the adjusted relocation cost of $1,406,592 to relocate La Gloria. The alternative would be to pay for the construction cost of approximately $1.4 million and the cost of new machines, which would cost at least $2 million, for a total of $3.4 million, which is more expensive cost option. On October 7, 2021, city staff met with La Gloria to discuss its most recent bids. La Gloria heard the city's findings and on December 1, 2021, provided its feedback. La Gloria's response in summary was to contest the bids provided by JVA and to insist it deserves new equipment. La Gloria responded to the city's findings by saying the bids submitted by JVA should be considered non-responsive and incomplete. La Gloria also submitted revised bids for the construction and substitute equipment for $6.2 million. Surprisingly, La Gloria has not submitted a bid for relocating the existing equipment, which is necessary to determine whether the moving or purchasing substitute equipment is the lowest cost option. Therefore, La Gloria's claim that purchasing substitute equipment is the lesser cost option is unsupported. It should be noted that Mr. Gates has included many non-allowable expenses in his bids that should be denied. For example, Mr. Gates claims in his assessment of the NWS and Casco bids provided by JVA, and in his own bid, in Mr. Gates' bid, that all FF&E should be moved. However, it should be clear that the city purchased the FF&E from La Gloria and those items are not subject to relocation reimbursement per Caltrans Right-of-Way Manual Chapter 10. Mr. Gates also instructed items under relocation that should be considered reestablishment items, such as code required items. However, per both Caltrans and FHA, and I quote directly from those two sources, cost for repairs, modifications, or improvements to the replacement real property due to the requirements of laws, codes, and ordinances can only be paid under 49 CFR 24.304 A1 and are limited to the $25,000 maximum payment under this subsection. Any costs in excess of $25,000 are ineligible. Caltrans Right-of-Way Manual 10-EX-30. As noted earlier, this project is partially federally funded, and as such, we must comply with the federal and state law, and Caltrans has oversight responsibility over this project. BOE consulted with Caltrans relocation experts, and they concur that the city's approach to this relocation problem and support the path forward as BOE is recommending today. In conclusion, based on the foregoing, BOE recommends that the Appeals Board approve the relocation cost of $1,406,592 for the relocation of La Gloria from Cesar Chavez property to the First Street property, subject to verification of expenses and adjustments as the city deems actual, reasonable, and necessary. Adopt recommendations 1 through 5 and the new recommendation 6, the December 8, 2021 board report as the Appeals Board's statement of decision. La Gloria will have exhausted its administrative remedies at the conclusion of this appeal because the Appeals Board's procedures stipulate the Appeals Board's determination is final. At this time, I'd like to introduce Deputy City Attorney Robert Malowitz for his closing comments.
Thank you, Ms. Barra. Could maybe you take down the presentation since I don't have any PowerPoint slides as part of this presentation. I'm Robert Malowitz, Deputy City Attorney. I've been practicing law in California since 1992, mostly representing municipal entities and doing a lot of litigation work for them. I've been with the city for 5 years. And just for the public who may be watching to understand our roles here, I am not the board's attorney. I am the attorney for the board of the Bureau of Engineering, and I'm advocating on their behalf for the recommendations they've made. My role is similar to Attorney Cummings' role for La Gloria here. So any advice, legal advice that the board seeks is to be provided by Assistant City Attorney Ted Jordan, their regular attorney. My presentation is about 12 minutes, which should take us right to or slightly over our 45-minute time limit. And if I go over, I would hope that La Gloria would have a similar amount of time if they need it in excess of their presentation. I'm going to address 3 things. Quickly, La Gloria's false public tale of the city's improper motives here, which don't exist. I wanted to discuss Maria Vera, president of La Gloria, and Behar's declaration submitted with their binder number 4, and just to overview relocation law and maybe talk about some future possible steps after the board acts. I've been involved with this matter since October 2018 when I was asked to take a look at La Gloria's now dismissed improper lawsuit that had been filed against the city for violation of relocation law even before the city made a final determination. And we did succeed in getting that dismissed. But I've been involved since that time. Talking about the media PR campaign that La Gloria has engaged in through social media and the opinion piece from the Los Angeles Times that it submitted into the record, suggesting the city has some ulterior motive to misapply relocation law. That's just not true. For example, they cite in their newest binder number 4 submitted last week an assertion that the project budget here is $5 million, so we don't have enough money to pay them for everything they're entitled to under relocation law. But the fact is that's a 6-year-old project budget. The actual budget today for the project is over $20 million. So their story is based, their efforts are based on misrepresenting the facts. And as Ms. Parr's presentation went into, rather than taking property without payment, which is what the LA Times opinion writer wrote about, we paid for the property, and there's been a significant windfall to LaGloria here. LaGloria and Behar, which owned the property previously, are sister corporations, and in fact, legally are one entity. They share the same president and officers. They share the same attorney. In fact, we have evidence that they offer to pay each other's bills. Behar and LaGloria are one entity. The city paid them $2.18 million for the property and the FF&E already. That's in their pocket. They have avoided $15,000 a month in rent since December 2015, and they haven't had to pay any property taxes while they've continued their operations. So rather than seeking to lowball them or put them out of business or take their property without compensation, I just want the public to know that certainly is not the case. In fact, the Bureau of Engineering and the Board of Public Works offered to prepay LaGloria over $1 million so they could begin their relocation efforts, which regardless, one of the big disputes has been whether they get new equipment, which we call substitute equipment, or whether they move their existing older equipment to their new location. And they could have been doing construction work and reconfiguration work at their First Street location with that prepayment, regardless of how that issue was determined. They haven't done anything. They've remained wrongfully on the property for 6 years. I did want to read 2 sentences from the court's conclusion, the LA Superior Court's conclusion in April 11th, 2019, which is at transmittal 11 to the June 2nd, 2021 board report, which is in the record, on that point. When we got the case dismissed against us, the LaGloria case dismissed, the court said, and I'm quoting, I'm leaving out the legal citations, "The legal contentions of LaGloria's complaint are without support, period. Federal and state relocation law do not provide any basis for LaGloria to remain on the city's property at 3285 Cesar Chavez Avenue in the city of Los Angeles, while LaGloria disputes the amount of relocation benefits to which it may be entitled." So, for all of these reasons, the LA Times opinion piece, and I stress that it was an opinion piece and not a news piece, is simply incorrect. And the social media efforts of LaGloria to suggest the city is trying to take their property is without merit. I want to move on to quickly talk about the November 30th, 2021 declaration of Maria Vera, president of LaGloria, in which she says basically, we would be put out of business if our operations are down for more than a week. Now, Bob Berry has explained today that the move bids include planning to minimize any downtime that LaGloria would experience. But even so, the conclusion that they would be put out of business for a week isn't supported. The declaration provides no financial data, attaches no profit and loss sheets, shows nothing of their finances, doesn't demonstrate what they've done with $2.18 million paid for the property, or the windfalls, the millions of dollars of avoided cost windfalls, and why they are on such a shoestring financial cliff, nor does it address why they can't contract with other manufacturers to supply their customers with tortillas if they're down for any period of time, which I understand they do as a matter of business course already. And then finally, just an overview of relocation law, and I hope it hasn't gotten lost, that relocation law applies whenever the government displaces private property owners for a government purpose. So we took through eminent domain and paid for the land. And the relocation law now applies to the tenant there, which was LaGloria, and it establishes exactly what types of moving expenses can be reimbursed. It is not about what we want to reimburse or what is fair. It limits our ability to reimburse certain expenses. The total cost of their move is one thing. Not all of that is allowed to be reimbursed under relocation law, and that's not a city choice. If it were, we would have been able to settle this long ago. We are limited at law to spend federal money as required by these relocation statutes. And if we spend it in a way that's not allowed, meaning if we reimburse for things not allowed, the ramification is Caltrans and the federal government audit our project and can claw back all of the federal funding. And we know this because this has happened, and not the clawback part, but the auditing part has happened to projects involving relocation funds. And so it's not a theoretical risk. So, and I talk about that because part of LaGloria's presentation in their binder 4, they cite to an old deposition they took in their dismissed case, Mr. Ron Spark, saying, oh, I can't imagine they could move for less than 2.2 million or this number. Well, that is irrelevant. The overall cost of their move is one thing. The subset of which of those costs relocation law allows the city to pay is the issue in front of you. And we believe that the board report presents to you the appropriate, identifies the appropriate move expenses that are eligible for reimbursement, and then sets the budget for what those eligible items are. And that's why we've requested that the Board of Appeals determine the appeal today by adopting the recommendations President Good read into the record, plus the additional finding, adopting the report as its statement of decision today. And then finally, just one, addressing what would happen after the board acts, possible actions. If LaGloria remains dissatisfied, it has the right to go to court and seek a judicial review. Under relocation law itself provides for no damages. It does not provide for the recovery of attorney's fees. What it does provide for is a court could look at the record and say, well, some items that LaGloria says were eligible, that we said, that the appeals board said is not, they could say we got that wrong in some degree and send it back for a budgeting update to add into the relocation and reimbursement budget. But I think it would benefit everyone for the appeals board to make a final determination today. And with that, I'm closing, and I will turn it back to President Good.
Thank you, Mr. Malowitz. Thank you, Mr. Jimenez, Ms. Parra, Mr. Berry, for that presentation. I think we hit right at 45 minutes, Mr. Malowitz, so thank you. Thank all of you for that. So what we're going to do, folks, we'll call a 10-minute recess, and we will reconvene, and we will hear the presentation of LaGloria. So, Dr. Campos, we will return at 11:35 a.m.
Thank you. Okay, let me go ahead and start the recording. Give me about 10 seconds. Okay, Mr. President, we are in record mode.
All right, welcome back, folks. Dr. Campos, can we please reestablish quorum?
Absolutely. Fernando Campos, Executive Officer. It's 11:38 a.m. We're reestablishing quorum for today for the Relocations Appeal Board for Wednesday, December 8th, 2021. We have Commissioner Good, Commissioner Garcia, Commissioner Davis, Commissioner Villegas, and Commissioner Caloza. Commissioner Good, you do have quorum.
Thank you, Dr. Campos. All right. Let's move now to the testimony or case, as it were, appeals case by LaGloria. I think today we have Charles D. Cummings from Sullivan Workman and D LLP, Maria Vera, Fernando Ruiz, and Randy Gates, consultant. As a reminder, you have 2 hours to put on your case, and I would ask everyone, as a reminder, A, to take your time, be deliberate. B, if you are not a part of Mr. Cummings and LaGloria's presentation, please mute during this presentation. It is absolutely critical that the board has the opportunity to hear unfettered this presentation. And we'll say preemptively and in advance, Mr. Cummings and Mr. Gates and Ms. Vera and Mr. Ruiz, thank you for joining us, and please proceed.
Yes, thank you, President Good, Vice President Garcia, President Pro Tem Davis, Commissioner Calozo, and Commissioner Villegas. First of all, I object to the board having considered the materials that were provided to the board, to Fernando Campos, but not to me before this hearing started. That's basically a violation of my due process, of my client's due process rights. If the city was going to file something in addition to anything they presented previously, they should have presented it to our office before the hearing, before today. And it's over 40 pages long. We haven't had the opportunity to review it, and therefore we don't have the time to prepare a response to it and incorporate that response into our other response within the 2-hour time limit that the board has given us. So first of all, I request that the matter be continued 1 week to December the 15th, at which time we will present our response.
First, let me ask you, Mr. Cummings, what documents are you referring to?
I'm referring to everything that Fernando Campos sent to our office at 11 a.m. today.
And what were those, Dr. Campos?
This is Robert Mallow. Go ahead.
Somebody answer.
This is
You asked
Robert.
Dr. Campos, didn't you? Did you ask Dr. Campos?
Yes, I did. Hold tight. Either Dr. Campos or Robert Malowitz, whoever has the answer, please.
Yeah, absolutely. Fernando Campos, Executive Officer, responding to the questions. The documents that were submitted to my attention this morning at 10:01 by the Bureau of Engineering was a response to Mr. Gates's December 1st, 2021 comments. Those were received this morning by the Bureau of Engineering, and those were forwarded during the break to the LaGloria team as well as all commissioners.
This is Robert Malowitz speaking. I think I can resolve this objection and request for continuance by withdrawing that from the board's consideration, which clearly President Good has not seen because he was asking what it was. I think the record of testimony adequately answers, supplies all the information that document would also back up. So there's nothing that's needed from that document in the record. You can withdraw
And
it.
I have not seen that document, nor was I aware of it. And so it is certainly not impugned my consideration of anything here.
Well, sir, it's something that was referred to by Janelle Parra in her presentation, and possibly by Mr. Berry. I can't remember which one referred to all the different items. But some of these items, we are entitled, before a hearing starts, to know what the city's position is. And it's improper in a denial of due process for my client to be surprised with something in the middle of a hearing.
That was a responsive document articulating that the city had considered LaGloria's critiques, which Mr. Cummings will go into again here in his presentation, and found them to be without substance, and that's all those do. So we don't need the written document to make that comment.
Mr. Jordan?
Yeah.
Offer any advice or counsel on this?
I do. that the documents being referred to, which I have also not seen, are not going to be. I recommend that the documents in question be made part of the record. I do believe that provides fully adequate relief here. This is a hearing, and the parties may be asked questions and they may answer questions. That document's not going to be considered to be part of the record here, and so I think the board can proceed.
I'm satisfied with that. I haven't seen those documents. I know that there was another document that was sent from Gloria, I believe, this morning for the first time. I don't know that was shared with everyone, and none of that changes what we're looking at right now, which is the board report from December, or the BOE report from December 8, and the appeal. You have adequate and sufficient time to put on your case, Mr. Cummings, so.
President Good, I think in reference to the document that I think I did receive this morning that was provided by LaGloria, I would, I guess, invite Mr. Malowitz to articulate any objection or not that he may have. Otherwise, we'll need to decide whether that document is to be made part of the record.
I believe anything presented today at the hearing can be part of the record. And so if LaGloria had waited till today to present it, it could be part of the record. I believe our document would properly be part of the record, but we don't need to have it in the record. And it would resolve Mr. Cummings' request for yet another continuance.
So I'm prepared that we would accept the document provided, not physically during the hearing, but this morning to be made part of the record. For purposes of clarification, perhaps Dr. Campos should describe that document so the record's clear what we're talking about. But it would be part of the record. That would be my recommendation.
Okay. Dr. Campos? Thank you, Mr. Jordan.
Absolutely. The record that was referred to, that was received this morning, received by Mr. Cummings yesterday, December 7th at 2:53, is a revised Exhibit 52 bid schedule from South Coast Incorporated.
So, thank you, Dr. Campos. And thank you for the counsel, Mr. Jordan. We will accept the revised Exhibit 52 from LaGloria into the record. We will not take the documents submitted by BOE into the official record, and we will not continue based on this conversation or objection. So, Mr. Cummings, please proceed with your case.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I just want to say this claim that we saved thousands of dollars or millions of dollars in rent because we were able to stay on the Cesar Chavez property is simply false. If the city had promptly and expeditiously processed our relocation application, which was filed in November of 2015, we would have been moved in to the First Street property in 2016, and we would not have had to be in Cesar Chavez, and we would not have, therefore the city would have had it, and it was no savings to us, because if we'd have been moved to the First Street property, we would have paid no rent there. So that's just a red herring. And it was the city's obligation to properly and expeditiously approve the relocation application that was filed in November of 2015. If they'd done that, LaGloria would have been moved. Now, we will now present our first evidence will come in the form of a 45-second video of the two flour tortilla lines, so that the board will understand what it is we're actually talking about moving, and why it would be so difficult to move, and why it would be so difficult to move it, and then to modify it to comply with all applicable laws under the state of California, and this concept that you could be doing this and modifying this equipment, and the equipment still being operated by La Gloria is simply not true, and it's simply inconceivable. And I think when you see this film, you'll understand that. May we proceed with that? Okay, now the next thing that we're going to do is have Maria Vera talk to you for a few minutes.
Good morning, President Good, Vice President Garcia, President Pro Temp Davis, Commissioner Caloza, and Commissioner Villegas. My name is Maria Vera, the President of La Gloria Foods. For 67 years, my family has owned and operated La Gloria Foods in the Boyle Heights neighborhood of Los Angeles. Originally founded in 1954 by my father, Manuel Bejar. It is presently owned by 3 Latina women, myself and my 2 sisters, Maria Vasquez and Sylvia Reese. Many of our children and grandchildren also work in the company. La Gloria holds a special place in the history of Boyle Heights and of the city of Los Angeles. It has grown alongside Los Angeles and its growing Latino population. Although it may not look like much to you, La Gloria is deeply respected and valued by my family and the Latino community. As you may know, an LA Times article was recently published about La Gloria. Since then, we have been contacted by many community organizations and individuals who know and respect La Gloria's historical and cultural meaning, such as former Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa, who grew up on La Gloria tortillas, and Council Member Kevin De Leon. The president of the Boyle Heights Historic Society referred to La Gloria as a living museum and would like to establish it as a Boyle Heights landmark. These are just a couple of examples of individuals who reached out in our support. As you may know, tortillas are an everyday staple food of the Mexican community. That's the demographic our company initially served. However, about a decade ago, tortillas became the #1 selling bread type in the United States. Tortillas have become mainstream and are consumed by everyone. This is why today our tortillas serve restaurants not only in Hispanic neighborhoods, but also neighborhoods like Bel Air, Santa Monica, Pomona, and even restaurants as far as Hawaii, Australia, and South Korea. La Gloria is a cultural icon of the Latino community. It is one of the very first mass-producing tortilla factories in the country. In the first few decades, it was one of the few tortillerias where Latinos in the greater Los Angeles area could purchase tortillas. Back then, tortillas were simply not found in supermarkets or local stores. People from all counties would have to drive down to La Gloria to purchase tortillas in bulk. La Gloria has grown from a small one-room business to a large two-scale, two-factory tortilla company that produces tens of thousands of tortillas daily.
Ms. Bahar, I believe you're frozen. I don't know if you can hear us.
Mm-hmm. Hopefully I'll unfreeze momentarily.
For 66 years,
Yes.
Takes it about 2 minutes to unfreeze.
okay.
Please proceed. You're with us.
Can you hear us?
Okay. For six, this is Maria Vera.
Miss Vera.
Yes.
I think where we lost you was right around where you had mentioned the amount of tortillas produced per day.
Okay. So then, for 67 years, our products have been part of Mexican family gatherings, holidays, and celebrations. This reality gives our slogan, a Mexican tradition, double significance. Believe it or not, tens of thousands of people grew up on La Gloria tortillas and have continued to be loyal to our brand their entire lives. Now let me share with you some of the significant information of La Gloria and of my father, La Gloria's founder, Manuel Bejar, a Mexican immigrant whose life is testament to the fact that the American dream is possible if you have hard work ethic, ambition, and commitment to a cause. All these things were accomplished despite having only a 6th grade education. My father, Manuel, was a pioneer of the tortilla industry. My dad was from Puebla, Mexico, and did not speak any English. In 1954, at the age of 40, he came to Los Angeles and purchased La Gloria for $3,000. Back then, La Gloria was a small one-room business. In the early years of La Gloria, my parents, my sisters, and I lived in a back room of the business. I remember playing on the sidewalk on First Street because we had no yard. My parents would wake up every day at 2 a.m. to cook the corn and make the tortillas, so they would be able to sell them by 8 a.m. My mom would then walk us to school and come back to tend to the store so that my father could go out and find customers all around the Los Angeles area. With much hard work, he did find them. La Gloria sold a good quality product, so the company grew very quickly. In the 70s, it was one of the largest automated tortilla factories in Los Angeles. In 1959, my father opened our flour tortilla factory on Brooklyn Avenue, which is now called Cesar Chavez. My father realized that there was as much demand for flour tortillas as there was for corn tortillas. He believed it was essential for our business that customers could buy both types of tortillas in one place. What began as a one-room, two-person operation grew to a two-factory, 100 employees operation. Over the years, La Gloria has employed thousands of workers, mostly from the Boyle Heights area. Today, La Gloria continues to grow as demand for Mexican food grows around the world. Our business has been able to outlive even some of America's largest corporations. La Gloria even survived the recent COVID pandemic, which forced many other businesses to close down. La Gloria was hit hard by the pandemic. I just like to highlight that it is a strong and resilient company today, just as it always has been. It is our desire that we be given just compensation by the city so that we can continue to serve the community for another 67 years. We have many ideas and plans to grow the company, but in order to do so, we need a fair resolution to this relocation matter in order to be able to move forward. We need the relocation money to relocate our 2 flour tortilla lines. La Gloria cannot stay in business if we cannot make flour tortillas for more than a couple of days, because our customers buy both corn and flour tortillas. That would simply send our customers to our competition. That would cause La Gloria to go out of business because most of our customers are food service, which buy large quantities of tortillas. La Gloria has been greatly affected by the city's constant delays with the relocation. Many years of back and forth has caused tremendous interruption to our business. It has prevented us from pursuing new projects, taking on new customers, and committing to larger business ventures because of all the uncertainty. Lastly, health-wise, it has affected me personally. I have had to undergo 2 heart procedures because of the stress this case has caused me. In conclusion, I want to share just a couple of notable facts about La Gloria. La Gloria was the first tortilla supplier for the now iconic King Taco. During the farm workers' strike in the mid-60s, Cesar Chavez himself came to La Gloria and asked my father to support the strike by giving him tortillas for the farm workers, which he did. My mother, Antonia, received the Woman of the Year award for her work at La Gloria in the late 90s, sponsored by Univision. Just a couple more. In the commission of my dad's work at La Gloria, he lost a finger and a leg. Let's see. Some of my father's original ideas influenced tortilla equipment like burners, cutters, and rollers. And he was one of the first to come out with the idea of small tortilla street tacos. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, Ms. Vera.
All right, our next presentation will really be the excerpts from the deposition of Mr. Jimenez. And this was taken under oath about almost 4 years ago. Almost 4 years ago. And I think from listening to Mr. Jimenez, you'll understand why La Gloria has not been able to be relocated in accordance with federal law.
Mr. Jimenez, have you had your deposition taken before?
No.
Okay, let me explain the procedure. As the court reporter stated, you've taken an oath to tell the truth under penalty of perjury. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
That's the same oath that you would take in court, and you're subject to the same obligations to tell the truth and the same potential penalties if you don't. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Can you summarize your education, sir, from high school forward?
I took a degree from University of San Diego, and I've taken many right-of-way courses and appraisal courses. I can't remember how many.
What degree did you get from University of San Diego?
Bachelor of Arts,
In what?
philosophy and Spanish,
And when did you get that?
1981.
Do you hold any licenses in the state of California other than a driver's license?
No.
What do you do as chief real estate officer for this city of Los Angeles?
I manage a group that acquires real estate for infrastructure projects, and that includes title, acquisition, appraisal, relocation.
Says, have you been involved in relocating?
I don't know, but I would guess around 20 maybe.
That's your best estimate?
Yeah.
In connection with the Cesar project, the Cesar Chavez roundabout project, is there federal funding for that project?
Yes.
So is it your understanding that because there's federal funding for that project, the relocation of any businesses in connection with that project has to be done in accordance with the federal relocation regulations?
Yes.
Are you aware that the federal regulations require the city to review relocation claims in an expeditious manner?
Yes.
What is expeditious to you?
Well, it depends on what it is, right? Some things take a long time. Court proceedings take a long time. Expeditious could be a year or two, 5 years, I don't know. Expeditious is kind of a moving target depending on what it is that you're talking about.
Is it your understanding that in order for La Gloria Foods Corporation to relocate its business, it will have to obtain new equipment to be manufactured, most probably by a company called Casa Herrera?
Yes.
Well, is it your understanding that in order for La Gloria Foods Corp to relocate, it has to obtain new flour tortilla equipment?
Yes.
And that the consultants involved in this matter have all determined that Casa Herrera is the company that would most probably be the manufacturer of that equipment?
Yes.
Have you ever gone to Casa Herrera and asked them, how long will it take you to produce the equipment La Gloria needs for its tortilla food processing operation?
No.
Now, is it your understanding that in order for La Gloria to relocate its flour tortilla operation from Cesar Chavez property to the First Street property, that there will have to be additional electrical power
Yes.
installed at the First Street property?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And is it your understanding that that installation would be, in effect, involve the Department of Water and Power for the city of Los Angeles?
Yes.
Okay. And is it your understanding that in order to do that, because of the light rail line that runs in the middle of First Street, right in front of the La Gloria property, that the electrical has to be brought, the additional electrical power has to be brought underneath the light rail
track.
I've heard that.
Now, did LaGloria, to your knowledge, ever refuse to produce or provide any additional information that the city did request in connection with its relocation application?
To my knowledge, no.
Now, did you personally review the relocation assistance application filed by LaGloria when the city received it in November of 2015?
No, not in detail.
Okay. Did you ever review it?
Yeah, just a cursory review, not in detail.
Was Mike Keano hired by the city of Los Angeles in connection with the relocation of LaGloria Foods Corp. from Cesar Chavez property?
Yes.
Okay, at some point did Mike Keano cease being a consultant for the city on the LaGloria relocation?
Yes.
Well, after Mike Keano ceased to be the consultant on the project, then who became the project consultant?
No one.
Nobody?
Nobody.
Did the city have anybody in-house at the city real estate department in the Department of Engineering who you believed was qualified to advise the city on the relocation of LaGloria's Food Corporation's flour tortilla food processing operation from Cesar Chavez to First Street?
Yes.
Who?
That would be me.
Okay. And tell me why you think you were qualified to do that.
Just based on my education and experience.
Had you ever relocated a flour tortilla operation
Never.
before? Did the city obtain any bids for the relocation of LaGloria's food processing operation from Cesar Chavez property to the First Street property?
No.
Well, did you ever deal with Ron Savark? SVARC?
Not directly. So, yes.
Did you ever talk to him?
I might have talked to him once or twice.
Did you review any reports Mr. Savark prepared?
Yes.
Was Mr. Savark have a company called Accurate Consultant Services, LLC?
I believe so.
And was that company hired as a consultant by the city of Los Angeles in connection with the relocation of LaGloria Foods Corp?
Yes.
So, but is it correct that Ron Savark of Accurate Consultant Services, LLC, was retained as a consultant by the city of Los Angeles in connection with the relocation of LaGloria Foods Corp?
Yes.
Now, is it correct that the city received Mr. Savark's report in or about February of 2017? We've marked as Exhibit 5.
Yes.
Okay. And that's the report that's dated February 23rd, 2017, correct?
Yes.
Did you obtain any other consultant's report other than the ones from Ron Savark?
No.
Did you tell Mr. Savark that you disagreed with his analysis?
No, I don't think so.
And the city obtained no bids for the relocation of LaGloria.
Correct. Yes,
So
correct.
the only bids they had were the bids submitted by LaGloria, correct?
Correct.
The Gates bid and the South Coast bid, correct?
I believe that's true.
And the South Coast bid was a bid that was higher than the Gates bid, correct?
I believe so.
Okay, so the Gates bid was the low bid, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
And for the prior report, the one that's Exhibit 5 was 4 million.
4,000,003.
Two something.
No,
Two.
4,002.3.
Yeah.
$4,232,466. That was his estimate as to the construction cost to do the relocation, correct?
Yeah.
And 7. That's the report dated May 16, 2017, from Ron Savard. And that's another report that states that from Ron Savard to the city regarding the relocation of LaGloria Food Corp. Flour tortilla operation from Cesar Chavez to First Street, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that document lists that the cost to do the relocation for moving and related was $3,852,167.51, correct?
Yes.
And did you ever ask Ron Savard to make any changes to any reports he prepared?
Nope.
Did you ever yourself an expert in relocation?
No.
Do you consider yourself an expert in the application of the federal regulations to relocation assistance?
No.
Do you consider yourself an expert in the application of California regulations to relocation
No.
assistance? Do you consider yourself an expert in the application of the Caltrans relocation manual to relocation assistance?
No.
No,
Is your best estimate that you've gone into the inside of the flour tortilla food processing plant on Cesar Chavez 5 to 6 times?
That's about right.
Okay. And the last time you went was December 27, 2017, is that correct?
Yes.
And at that time you saw 2 flour tortilla lines operating, is that correct?
I believe so. I couldn't swear to that, but I believe so.
Yeah. Do you believe, as the representative for the Department of Engineering for the City of Los Angeles, that LaGloria is not entitled to have 2 flour tortilla lines operating when it relocates?
I'm not sure what's the answer to that, nor yes. I believe they're entitled to 2 if 2 are operating. Hope that answers your question.
So the fact that they have 2 operating now means that they're entitled to having 2 at the new location.
Correct.
Did you authorize the 90-day notice to vacate in this case?
Yes.
Is it your understanding that as part of relocation, the city has to allow the business to relocate, have time to relocate?
Yeah.
And are you aware of any federal or state regulation that allows the city to evict LaGloria before there is a determination as to the amount of money LaGloria is entitled to receive for relocation?
I'm not an attorney, so no.
Let me rephrase it. Is it your understanding that one of the responsibilities of the city of Los Angeles in this matter is to pay to La Gloria the amount of money to which it is entitled for relocation assistance.
Yes.
And you understand that one of the obligations of the city of Los Angeles is to allow La Gloria to, after that amount is determined for relocation assistance, to then have time to do the relocation after the payment of that amount.
Yes.
Is it your understanding that when you're dealing with food processing equipment, that if it's to be relocated from one facility to another facility, it has to be brought up to current code requirements for numerous various codes relating to food processing equipment?
I'm not an expert in any of that, of health and safety stuff.
So you don't know one way or the other? On Exhibit 12, that's an email from you to me, dated August 30, 2016. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you sent me that email, correct?
Yes.
And it states, after a careful and thorough review of the relocation claim by La Gloria, the city has concluded and approved the amount of $3,101,043.40 as reasonable and necessary to complete the relocation. Do you see that?
Yes.
It says this approval is made subject to the Board of Public Works approval. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you ever seek to obtain the Board of Public Works approval to the $3,101,000 amount?
No.
Okay. So upon what expert were you relying to determine on July 11, 2017, that La Gloria was only entitled to $2,475,354 in relocation assistance?
None.
Now, Exhibit 14 is dated October 19, 2017, and it's the appeal for the relocation claim for actual reasonable and moving and related expenses by La Gloria. Have you seen this document before?
Yes.
Have you read it?
Most of it, I think, yeah.
And did La Gloria Foods timely appeal the decision by you on behalf of the city on the relocation?
I believe so.
Okay. And did La Gloria comply with the requirements to make a relocation claim?
Relocation claim or appeal?
Claim, initial claim.
I believe so.
And did La Gloria submit two bids, one by Gates Development Company and one by South Coast?
I believe so, yes.
And those were the only bids submitted, correct? They were the revised bids, but they were all done either by Gates or by South Coast, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And there was there were equipment bids submitted by Casa Herrera that were updated at various points, correct?
Yes.
Now, turning to page 2 of that, of attachment 1 to exhibit 14, relocation appeal. It states, in the determination letter, the city attempts to break down the overall bid from Gates Development Company line by line. This is not proper, as all bids are to be fixed in lump sum as required by CRM 10.14.707.01, which states a bid, quote, a bid is an offer to perform a specific task at a specific price, is a lump sum fixed amount to do an identified task, end quote. Do you agree that that's what's supposed to be the standard in a relocation claim?
I think so, yes.
Would you agree that Mr. Savark's reports are estimates, not bids?
Yeah, no, they're reviews. It's a review, an estimate. Yeah, I would say so.
They're an estimate. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. They're not a bid.
correct.
That in order to install the new machinery from Casa Herrera to make flour tortillas at the First Street property, it's necessary to have new electrical power installed to that property.
He asked me that same question, Chip. I don't know, under certain conditions.
Give them your best answer.
That's my best answer, under certain conditions.
Does that mean that it's necessary some of the time to have that electrical power?
It depends on the condition.
How can you operate the new flour tortilla equipment without additional power? Tell me, sir.
I'm not a relocation expert. I don't know how this is configured. I'm not an electrical expert, so I'm not sure how to answer that question.
Then tell me how you hook it up without new electrical. If you're going to deny the electrical, you got to tell me how you can hook it up without new electrical.
I don't know.
So anytime it says may, then the owner of the business, LaGloria Foods, may be reimbursed, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And by I mean every time there's a regulation that says that a business owner may be reimbursed for an item, then if it falls within that category, in this situation, LaGloria may be reimbursed, correct?
Yes.
If it's required by code, they're entitled to reimbursement. Isn't that correct?
Maybe.
Is that another one of those mays?
Yeah, it's a maybe thing.
So if it's maybe, then you can just say no. Is that your opinion?
It depends.
Depends on what?
On the circumstances, specific circumstances.
And only you get to decide that. Is that right?
It's at the discretion of the agency.
I'll ask you, would the city prefer to pay the amount of Casa Herrera's bid to relocate the old equipment, which was approximately $3,550,000, instead of paying the cost for the new equipment, which is less than $2,600,000?
No, I'm obligated to pay the lower of the two.
Yeah. You're obligated to pay based upon a bid, correct?
Generally, that's the case.
And there's no bid for for less than $2.3 million for the equipment, is there, sir?
No.
Okay. We will now show the video excerpts of Ron Savark, his deposition. He's the only licensed contractor and relocation expert that the city of Los Angeles hired prior to denying approximately $1,900,000 of LaGloria's relocation claim in July of 2017. In fact, he's the only licensed contractor and relocation expert that the city has ever hired in connection with this matter.
Hadn't held any construction licenses.
Yes, sir.
What licenses do you hold?
I held 3 general contractors licenses. California, still active. Arizona, still active. And Nevada, no longer active.
Prior to this assignment, had you ever worked on any matters involving relocation of a business as a result of an eminent domain project?
Yes, I have estimated a series of them with the same company, DRA.
And how many have you done? What DRA, Del Richardson and Associates?
Yes.
Okay. And how many have you done with Del Richardson and Associates?
Maybe 20.
Is that your best estimate?
Yes.
So in connection with your work on relocation projects, did you become familiar with relocation regulations?
Yes.
Okay. For both California and federal?
Yes.
And we're also familiar with the Caltrans relocation manual.
Oh, yeah.
You understood that this, is it correct that you understood that the assignment relating to La Gloria had to do with the relocation of La Gloria's flour tortilla food processing plant from Cesar Chavez to the corn tortilla factory or food processing plant of La Gloria on First Street, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Were you being paid by Del Richardson and Associates or by the City of Los Angeles?
The check was to come from the city of Los Angeles.
Okay. When you, before commencing your review of Mr. Gates' bid schedule, did you go to the premises?
Yes, I did.
And on how many occasions?
Twice.
And did you go to both the Cesar Chavez location for the flour tortilla operation and the First Street location for the corn tortilla operation?
Yes, I did.
And whom did you meet with on those occasions?
One time it was Felix and Randy Gates. Felix Hernandez, I think is his last name.
Fernando?
Fernando. I'm sorry. I can't remember.
Okay. So Fernando Ruiz.
Yeah.
And
Ruiz, yes.
And Randy Gates, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you understood that Mr. Ruiz worked for La Gloria, correct?
That's correct.
And you understood that Mr. Gates was the person who prepared the relocation estimate?
That's
or
correct.
Bid schedule, correct?
That's correct.
And when you went to La Gloria's corn tortilla and flour tortilla plant on both occasions, did you meet with Mr. Ruiz and Mr. Gates both times?
No.
Okay, was the first time did you meet with Mr. Ruiz and Mr. Gates?
Yes, sir.
The second time did you meet with anybody?
It was not Ruiz, Mr. Ruiz that was there. There was someone else that was there. I identified myself. I did not want to go there with Randy Gates with me.
Okay. And why was that?
Because I didn't want to be swayed any way or influenced by anything. I wanted to look to see for myself what's going on.
In this second visit, was that after you prepared your first draft or before?
Before. I was still trying to clarify certain issues.
Okay. And when you went there the first time with Mr. Gates and Mr. Ruiz, how long did your inspections for the two tortilla food processing plants take?
Approximately an hour each.
When you went there the second time, about how much time did it take?
About 45 minutes each, just a little less than the first time there.
Did anybody accompany you the second time, or did you just walk around and do your own thing?
No, I did it on my own.
Did anybody interfere with you in your inspections?
No.
At the time? As you went through the food processing plants, what were your basic impressions from your first visit?
Which food processing plant?
The flour.
When I went through the flour tortilla plant, I was impressed with the age of everything. Looked like it had been there a very, very long time. Trying to envision how to take all of this apart and transfer it over to another location that I hadn't seen yet and reinstall it and still have it work, to me was going to be really a miracle if that would work out. And then I was informed that, well, there will be an awful lot of equipment that's replacing what is here, because this, as soon as you take it apart, it's going to fall apart, and it'll have to be maintained or repaired to almost the full expense of what a new one would be. So he introduced to me the name Casa Herrera.
Did you speak to anybody at Casa Herrera?
Yes, I did. Boy, what was his name? Yes, I did, because the estimate was old. It was about a year old. And when I did my estimate, I had called them and asked them and talked to him about this estimate. He was acquainted with it, knew it, and he gave me back a revised estimate.
Did you make any conclusions regarding Casa Herrera, whether they were the supplier, or in effect the vendor for equipment that should be utilized for the relocation?
I did call around and confirm that Casa Herrera is probably the most complete, capable company that was also very open and compliant with what we needed to do. And he understood the problem that was going on, and that was the fact that a lot of this machinery just wasn't going to function, and they need to be able to at least function when they got over to the new location.
So would it be correct, sir, that the report that's dated February 23rd, 2017, when you did it and submitted it to Del Richardson and Associates, you believe that that was your completed report?
Yes.
That's Exhibit 9.
Yes.
So in your initial bid, you were, for moving and related, you were at $4,232,466.20. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you did your original report, that's Exhibit 9, and you reviewed Mr. Gates' report to prepare your report, did you believe that Mr. Gates had done a good job?
Yes, I did.
Did you think he was thorough?
Yes, I do believe he was thorough.
Do you think he was competent?
Yes.
Do you think he understood what was actually necessary to relocate the La Gloria flour tortilla food processing operation from Cesar Chavez to the First Street location where the Quorum tortilla processing plant was located?
Yes, I do.
with the exception of the items that you mentioned, which were having to do with the automatic mixing, I believe, and the time or the cost involved for training the employees, with those two exceptions, did you feel that his bid was a good bid for actual, reasonable, and necessary relocation expenses?
Yes, I did.
Now, did you prepare the document that's marked Exhibit 10? It's the report dated March 30, 2017.
Yes.
And at the time you prepared this, did you feel that you had completed your assignment?
Yes.
And did you feel that your bid schedule that you attached to your report as part of Exhibit 10, pages 6, 7, and 8, was an accurate bid schedule?
Yes.
And that's a bid schedule that you prepared, is that correct?
Yes, only me.
Okay. And you have two columns, again, two categories. You have moving and related expenses, correct?
That's correct.
And for your moving and related expenses, you come up to $3,997,523.16. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Almost $4 million. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you came up for reestablishment expenses of $71,435.16, correct?
Correct.
And when you sent in the report dated March 30, 2017, which had the estimate for moving and related expenses of $3,997,523.16, you felt you had the most accurate number, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you did your report, you did the narrative part of your report. Did you feel that the narrative part of your report, that's Exhibit 10, pages 1 through 5, was also accurate?
Yes.
And had you communicated to the city in your reports that these expenses for the relocation were going to increase the longer it took to get the job done? Because bids in construction generally tend to go up rather than down.
I didn't say they will, but I said they may.
Okay. So you alerted the city to that?
Yes.
When you did your, so after you did your report on March 30, 2017, then you did another report. On May 16, 2017. I'll have that marked as Exhibit 11. Oh, wait, excuse me, that's my copy there.
This is number 11.
Yeah. Now, did you prepare this report?
Yes, sir.
And in this report, what was your relocation project totals for moving and related expenses?
It's on page I had it at $3,852,167.51.
And what were your reestablishment expenses?
$71,435.16.
And everything you had under moving and related, you believe qualified for relocation expenses, correct?
That's correct.
For
Moving and
relocation
related.
expense reimbursement, correct?
I'm sorry?
For relocation expense reimbursement, correct?
Yes.
Now, did you believe on May 16, 2017, that the $3,852,167.51 for actual related moving expenses was authorized by the relocation regulations,
Yes.
either by both the California and the federal?
Yes.
And that and that number was in compliance with the Caltrans relocation manual requirements?
Yes.
Did you ever speak to Mr. Is it correct you've never spoken to anybody at the City of Los Angeles regarding the letter of July 11, 2017 to Maria Vera that approved a relocation claim eligibility total of $2,475,354?
Talked to nobody about it.
When you see it, when you receive this report or this letter, were you surprised at that amount?
Yes, it was.
And why?
Well, for one thing, they weren't the exact numbers that I had figured, and they were using reasons of, I guess, interpretation, which I felt bad about because I had not interpreted things the way they did in each of the items that they address. So that's why.
Would it be fair to say that you felt that your report that's marked as Exhibit 11, the report dated May 16, 2017, was an accurate statement as to what La Gloria was entitled to receive for actual and related moving expenses?
My report?
Yes.
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that the report or the letter that's dated July 11, 2017, that has the amount of $2,475,354,000 was not an accurate determination?
In my opinion, it was not an inaccurate determination.
Was not an accurate determination, is that correct?
It was not accurate.
And would it be correct to say that with respect to all of the changes that were made in this report that are contrary to your, in this determination, let me start over. Is it correct that all of the changes that were made in the July 11, 2017 letter to Maria Vera with respect to the determination that the relocation claim eligibility total was $2,475,354, that all of those changes that were different from your report of May 16, 2017, you believe are not correct?
That's what I believe.
Mr. Savart, did you believe that the amount that you put in for your as part of your relocation expenses for the electrical, had to do with the DWP charges, was something that was necessary for the relocation of La Gloria?
Yes.
Looking at the July 11, 2017 letter from the city to La Gloria, could you, as a licensed contractor in the state of California, relocate La Gloria's food processing plant, flour tortilla operation from Cesar Chavez to First Street for $2,475,354?
No.
Could you, as a licensed contractor, if you got an updated bid from Casa Herrera, otherwise, though, based upon your relocation estimate of $3,852,167 contained in your May 6th, let me rephrase that. Subject to obtaining a updated bid from Casa Herrera for the equipment to current date, but otherwise, based upon your estimate of May 16, 2017 of actual and related moving expenses of $3,852,167.51, could you, as the contractor, relocate La Gloria from the flour tortilla location on Cesar Chavez to the First Street location?
Yes.
Now we're going to have Fernando Ruiz, the nephew of Maria Vera, who's in charge of the operations of La Gloria flour and corn tortilla food processing plants, to speak to you briefly.
Good afternoon. I just briefly wanted to speak about the visits. It was mentioned that we did not allow visits to the facilities, which is not true. For many years now, they've been visiting just with some brief notice and have never denied anybody from visiting any of both plants when requested by the city. Mr. Quijano visited many times, many years ago. Carol Chayota visited many times, and then now Ms. Parra visited many times. So the mention that we denied access to them is simply not true. When they requested, it was given. Even though it was very disruptive, having 20 people there, 10 people there at both plants, we accommodated as best we could, and we moved forward. The other thing I want to talk about was the fact that they're saying about that it's not a really big deal that if we're down for a certain amount of time. We're primarily a food service business now, so which that means is many restaurants, many taco shops, frozen food manufacturers, with an incredible amount of special tortillas that we make now. Some with more moisture, less moisture, some with more shortening, less shortening, special sizes, flavors, low carb. It's a really long list. And if I told you exactly, it probably made your head spin. You wouldn't know how many tortillas, different kind of tortillas we make. So the fact that we can be down for 1 week, 2 weeks, without any equipment, and I can order those from any tortilla factory in the city is probably not true. I would challenge anybody to try to find someone to make you 8,000 of this and 2,000 of this and 1,000 of this on 1 day notice or 2 day notice or even a 5 day notice. It's just not possible. From my contacts with all the tortillas in Los Angeles, everybody's running pretty much at capacity. In the 90 percentile, we're all short on employees because of the pandemic. It would be almost virtually impossible to get someone to make me a large amount of tortillas to cover us, not only make a profit from it, because they'd probably sell it at a much higher price and we would break even or lose money, if at all. So I think it's really important that we realize that how many tortillas we're making and the type of business we're running now. It's not the type you find at a supermarket where we do make those, by the way, but it's not really the ones we make primarily. 60-70% of the tortillas we make are all special order for restaurants and, like I said, food service. With that said, thank you very much for your time. Yes, just to clarify about the machinery. We're currently using Cacerera right now, and we've been comfortable with them for many years, before my time. The company obviously was founded by my grandfather, and when I've been working there now 20-something years, 25, 26, we've been running their machinery. Very reliable machinery, but they do break down. We have our 2 lines. We'll jump over to the other one and make tortillas, but right now we have the ability because of the pandemic. But prior to the pandemic, we were running 1 line 24 hours a day, 6 days a week. We were running the other line approximately 8 to 12 hours a day, 4 days a week. So we're able to make do with what we had at the time, but it was very tight. And obviously there is maintenance. We have to clean out the machine, clean out oils, clean out bearings, switch out slats. Again, a multitude of things that we need to do to maintain the equipment to keep it up and running, just like a car. Needs its maintenance, needs its downtime, needs to be repaired and replace equipment as well, moving parts on the machine. So yeah, just to let you know, it's just not something we can pick up really quick. It takes time, but then we'll get back up and running and we'll catch up. So just to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Maria Vera will now testify for about 2 minutes additional.
Yes, I want to make a clarification regarding the rent. The rent that we pay of $15,000 is for the 2 locations, the 2 plants. So we allocate $10,000 for the corn plant because it's much larger, and only $5,000 for the flour plant. So that's how much we report in total of rent for the 2 locations is $15,000. Not $15,000 just for the flour. That's all I wanted to clarify.
And that's before you sold.
Yeah, that was before we sold the property.
Now, Randy Gates will testify, and he'll tell you about his background, experience, and knowledge. Go ahead, Mr. Gates.
Good evening, everyone. Everybody can hear me okay? Is that okay? Can you hear me?
Speak louder.
You can.
Am I muted?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, we can hear you.
We can hear you, but Mr. Gates, if you can increase your volume some, that would be great.
Okay, how does that sound?
That's fine.
I'm fine.
Okay. Okay, thank you, everybody. I appreciate it being here. My name is Randy Gates. I am a licensed general contractor in the state of California. I have been involved strictly in the relocation business for over 40 years, and in such time, I have been involved in over 1,000 cases. Just want to let that sink in for a minute, because some of the experts that we're talking about have been involved in 20 cases or 5 cases, or some people have testified that they have been involved in lots of relocation cases. However, they're not general contractors. They've never actually relocated anybody, and they're not an expert at all, in my opinion. I am an expert in the Federal Uniform Act from 1970, the Caltrans regulations, the state regulations. And I can tell you that relocating a business is complex. And it doesn't really matter what kind of business you have. If anybody here owns a business, you would understand, like say you had a donut shop. Well, there's a lot of things that go into making donuts that the customers who come on the other end and pay for a couple don't realize what's happening. In the case of La Gloria, they are a food processing plant. Put that in perspective. If you have a restaurant, you are held to a certain level of responsibility to keep your place clean and provide an environment where people can eat and not get sick. The level of responsibility for a food processor is much greater, much greater. And they are under the jurisdiction of authority of not only the fire department, the building department, but the health department, which the health department has a specialized set of guidelines, rules, and regulations for a food processing plant like La Gloria. It's considerably more than any other type of business. They also have to meet current codes for ANSI and UL and NSF and California Food Authority. So there's a lot of regulations. And so I just tip my hat to them, being in business for 67 years in such a tough economy. It's quite an amazing thing. I myself, as a relocation expert and contractor, am concerned with just one thing, and that's moving a business from point A to point B and keeping them in business. I want to stress that the Uniform Act, which is the federal law, stresses and understands the amount of difficulty it takes to move a business and keep them in business. And the regulations in writing are meant to be the minimum standards, not the maximum standards. It's not meant for somebody who doesn't have any experience looking at the code to make flippant decisions on what they are and what they're not going to pay for. I understand what they're going to pay for. Through all this process, there have been several people involved who understood the process. Certainly Ron Savark, who is an absolute expert. He is a general contractor. He's been involved in tortilla factories. He is an award-winning estimator on very large projects. He knows what he's doing. He came out to the site many times. I didn't have a problem with what he was going to say or what he was going to do because I realized he knew what he was doing. And anybody who has experience in relocation and all of the minute details, I'm going to have faith in them. Also, the city at one time hired as a consultant to come in, Carol Chayota, who's an absolute expert, worked for the MTA in charge of their real estate division for relocation. I've done many, many projects with her in the past. When I saw her come on board, she's gone now, but when she came on board, I felt a sigh of relief. I thought, maybe we'll finally get this done. And in less than a couple of hours, we had banged out an agreement that was going to take care of paying for the relocation of La Gloria, except for a couple of items that were going to be left out. But now she's gone. And what I'm seeing here, I'm going to get to the meat of the matter, which is the bids that the city said they've got. The whole stress of this process has been overwhelming, really, when you consider it's been going on for 7 years. Folks, I just want you to understand something. When an agency wants to take a property, and if it's happened to you, you would understand, it is stressful. They're coming to you with their lawyers, their documents, and they're telling you you have to get out, and you're concerned about your employees, and your family, and your customers, and all your loans and everything else that you've got, and you're wondering, are you going to make it? And I would say that a lot of companies don't make it when they relocate because it's incredibly hard. And customers will just go find somebody else out of business. If LaGloria was put out of business for a year or two while they were hopefully trying to modify their existing equipment, look it up, they'd be out of business. Customers would just go somewhere else. The discussion has come to whether or not the equipment can be refurbished. The federal code calls that modifying the equipment. They don't use the word refurbished, but we all think we can know what that word means. It is possible to relocate the equipment, but I always go on what's called the low-cost approach when I look at a business. If I look at something that has to be taken apart, moved, and installed, and it's going to cost $100, and I could modify it for that and install it, that's great. But if I could get a good used or a new one for $80, then the low-cost approach tells me that I'm going to get a good used or a new one. So everything that is on their fixtures and equipment list has to have a process of deciding whether or not it should be moved and modified, or could it just be moved and installed, or should it be replaced? Now you heard Ron Savard, who's an expert and has done tortilla factories in the past, say that he thought it would be a miracle, if that equipment could be modified. Okay, so let's look at it. What would it take? Let's say I have a miracle. Well, the first thing that has to happen is a long list of things where somebody's going to come in, they're going to take apart the equipment, they're going to take it down, they're going to inventory it, they're going to put it on a truck, and they're going to haul it away, they're going to insure it, and then when it gets to the other side, they're going to take it completely apart, and now they're going to try to assemble a piece of equipment that's old and make it work to the new standards. Okay, well, you know, I like to say if you had an old car, you could modify it, but if it has roll-up windows, it's got roll-up windows, and you're not going to install electric windows, and not for any kind of a value. So the equipment would be down. So then what? They're out of business. Okay. Could it be done? Okay, well, let's look at it. In the world of tortilla manufacturing equipment, it's a small community. There is a company or two that are out there that are considerably larger than Casa Herrera, considerably larger. And they service considerably larger companies, like Dole Foods, for an example. Mission Tortillas, which everybody's heard of. They make gazillions of tortillas. Okay, so I contacted these companies and I said, hey, can you, as a matter of process, take apart the equipment that's at LaGloria now, which is mostly Casa Herrera equipment, and refurbish it? And, you know, they laughed at me. I said, of course we can't do that. First of all, we don't work on somebody else's equipment. It'd be like taking your old Ford into Chevy and say, rebuild the motor. They're not going to do it. So I got turned down 2 or 3 times by all of the manufacturers. Now, Casa Herrera is an interesting company. They have been in business since the 50s as well. They have a personal relationship with LaGloria. They are in a unique position of building their own equipment in-house. And they service their own equipment in-house. And more perfect, really, as Mr. Ruiz mentioned, the equipment does break down. And Casa Herrera stocks parts so that they can send their team out and fix it. That's vitally important as the world is changing and nobody is stocking millions of tortillas on their shelves anymore. They have a order to date kind of thing. Send us 1,000 tortillas, and if you can't do it, we'll get somebody else. So I went to Casa Herrera and I said, hey, can you modify the equipment? I said, well, why would we do that? Well, because the code says that I have to show that it's going to be cheaper to replace the equipment than to modify what we existingly have. Okay, so they did. And they submitted a letter with all the costs, and I submitted that to the city something like 4 years ago. Today I heard that nobody submitted any documents regarding that, but that's not true. It's part of the record. So I had a meeting with the city, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago. And I told them that Casa Herrera was the preferred vendor. And I explained why, just as I did now. And they said, well, that doesn't matter. We still want to get another bid. So we did, and of course the other bid was much higher. And it's not just the money. It's the timing. Of the bids that are now before you, and I'll go over those with you, Casa Herrera is not only the lowest price, but they're the fastest to provide, and they can provide service, and they can provide parts. Why would you spend $5 million to get superior products when you can get it from Casa Herrera for much less? So of course we didn't. We chose the low-cost approach, which is Casa Herrera. So let's talk about what is uniform code? What is relocation? What is it? What is relocation? It's the process of taking every single thing that a business owns, disconnecting it, disassembling it, transporting it, insuring it, reinstalling it, and modifying it to current code, and then certifying it and get it signed off by the city. All of that is allowed under the Uniform Act, all of it. But it can be complex. I mean, if you have a business that's a bookkeeper, well, then it's pretty easy. You just move your computers and what have you. But when you have kind of equipment that's so specialized that only 2 or 3 companies in the world make it, it's much more complex. And so I created a big booklet, a document that was given to the city and given to everybody else that described everything that had to happen. It was in-depth, almost too in-depth. And Ron Savard got it. He looked at it, and you heard his comments. It was something like, it's the best piece of documentation for a relocation project he'd ever seen. Okay. So, what is a bid? As the city sent out it looks like a request for proposal on their letterhead, it states right in there what was already described today, that a bid is an offer to perform a specific task at a specific price. It's a lump sum fixed amount to do an identified task. Okay. Everybody knows that who's in relocation. I would tell you that the contractors that provided a bid, the general contractors that provided a bid to the city through JBA, they're not bids. And why aren't they bids? I'm going to go through my, I'm going to try to keep this brief, but I'm going to go through my bid review comments that I typed up that you all have a copy of. The first bidder was Norm Wilson and Sons. They are a reputable company. There's nothing wrong with them. They've been in business a while. They know what they're doing. However, they don't know anything about relocation. They don't know anything about the Relocation Uniform Act, the code. They don't know anything about tortilla equipment. How do I know that? Because I called them. In fact, I just want you to know I called everybody that provided a bid, talked to every single person, and just asked them general questions as to whether or not they understood exactly what they were bidding. Now, when you bid a job, there aren't supposed to be any extras. You're supposed to be thorough and complete. That's part of the code. So if you could imagine at your own home, you're going to remodel your bathroom. And you call somebody on the phone and say, hey, I want a price to remodel my bathroom. If they told you it's $5,000 and they didn't even come to your house, how much would you rely on that? They've got to go and see what they're doing. And in case of relocation, they've got to go to the old place and they've got to go to the new place. But then they have to be armed with all of the information that is going to be a requirement of the project, whether it's the FF&E list, FF&E list, or whether it's the Federal Act, the Caltrans Act, whether it's going to be the state regs, whether it's going to be the fire department, building department, and most importantly, the health department. Health department makes all the rules. If anybody out here built a restaurant, you know you can't get a customer in there until the health department signs off on it. They make all the rules. Okay, so Norm Wilson provided a bid, or they said it was a bid, but it's completely non-responsive. It should not be considered. Why is that? Because right there on page 1, they state the pricing will be revised once the city approves the plans. It is not even an estimate. It's a guesstimate. Guesstimates aren't allowed and estimates aren't allowed. It's about to be a serious bid. So I went through their bid and I talked to them one by one. And I came up with a list of items that were supposed to be in the scope of work, but they weren't. Now, if you've got 5,000 items that need to be taken care of and priced out as part of a bid, and you only price out 100, is your bid going to be lower? Yeah, it's going to be lower. But is it going to be accurate? No. Can you really do the job for that? No. What happens when a project starts without enough money? Well, in the private world, everybody sues everybody, and the contractor goes under, and the homeowners stand there going, "Oh my gosh, what just happened? My house is tore up, and now what do I do?" In the course of a business relocation, when there's not enough money, who suffers? It's the business owner. And they should be the last one suffering. They're already under amount of credible stress. So I looked through this and I said, okay, well, did you include demolition as part of your project? No, we didn't. We didn't include demolition. We're not including that. Well, how are you gonna get all the concrete out of there so you get all the pipes in the ground? We're not going to consider that. Okay. How about fencing? How about AC paving? How about concrete work, steel work, carpentry? You're going to patch the roof when we make the holes in the roof to put on the equipment? No, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. How about all the other things that the health department's going to require? A big, long list of things. A big, long list. No, we're not doing any of that. In fact, we didn't contact the health department. We don't have their regulations. We're not considering it. Okay, then how is this bid even valid? How is it valid? I heard JBA say, oh, they did a good job. I just have to laugh. If you don't do your research, did you do a good job? Was the contractor given the certified inventory? No, they weren't. You heard Janelle Parra say that they sold all the certified inventory, or FF&E. No, they didn't. The company didn't sell anything that they're moving. If they sold it, they couldn't move it. Once you sell it, you don't own it anymore. Just for clarification, an FF&E list is broken into 2 sections. What they call IPR, improvements pertaining to realty, which they did sell. For instance, 2 silos. They sold the silos, therefore, we don't have any price for silos. And then they have their movables. The movables include their equipment and a lot of other things. Those have to be moved, modified, installed, certified, and so you can hand them the key and try to keep them open. So the first bidder left out so many things, it just, I don't even know where to start because it's just not even close to being a real bid. It's just a guesstimate. So the second bidder, unfortunately, has the same problem. I looked them up. They're a decent company. not as experienced as the first company, but they've never done relocation. They don't have any experience in food processing plants. They've never done any design work. In fact, neither one of the bidders included any designs or permits or anything that you need. You know, if you're going to build an extension on your house, you know you're going to go to the city and get a permit, right? And you're going to pay for that, right? Not included. Not included. Who's supposed to include it? After the fact? At 7 years going by, we want to make sure we get the numbers right. And if the numbers are right and it gets approved, this job could be completed. And just a matter of timing as it comes to me. We're in a very strange state right now. I call it the COVID effect. There are no materials available. And when they are available, they cost 50% more, 60% more, 70% more. Labor's gone up 20%. Certain things like breakers for your electrical system, they're not available at all. So the city's had to do something strange like, okay, we're going to approve it. We'll come back in a month or we'll come back in a year and we'll see if you get the breaker in and then we'll approve it. But they're going to let you operate. So we're in a very strange state. Prices are going through the roof. Right now, prices, you used to be able to get a bid. It might be good for 60 days. You're lucky if you can get a bid for electrical. That's good for 2 days. We're in a tough situation. So I reviewed the second bidder, which is Casco. I called them directly and talked to them. They left out less items, but they still left them out. They left them out because they didn't get any guidance. Because all the documents that I prepared for the city 5-6 years ago weren't given to them. Because the city is trying their very level best not to pay the proper amount to relocate this. It's amazing to me. When you think that by the time the city comes and talks to you, and you own a business, typically you are moved and gone. 6 to 9 months, you're gone. Maybe even less. On a project like this, it's a more difficult project because of COVID. It's a difficult project because we have to make brand new equipment, and we've had things like tariffs from China for the metal, lots of things, and so it's slowing it down. We're probably 15 months out to make the equipment, and that's Casa Rivera, and they're the fastest. The other companies list in there that they're 18 months or 20 months or who knows when. So the two bids are so inaccurate and so opposite of what we provided and what Ron Savart provided, and he's an expert, that it's almost laughable that the city put forward the bids and said, here, these are good. In fact, I heard him say today, we're standing by them. It's like, I don't know what they're talking about. I want to move on to the equipment bids. City ended up finally getting their own equipment bids. Excuse me. One was from a company called Regos. They're local. They're pretty good. They're small. They're pretty good. And Lawrence. Lawrence is a big player. Lawrence's adjusted number was $5,880,000 just for the equipment. Not to install it, just for the equipment. Okay, so yeah, they're a big player, but they charge big money. I called them and discussed certain things that they had left off. For instance, their bid, they left off the tax. Well, that's 9.5%. $500,000 in tax. They left it off their bid. Somebody's got to pay that. And I don't know why the city didn't catch it. Mostly because they don't have the experience to look at a bid and see what the heck they're even looking at. It didn't include the freight. Freight is always charged. Now, if La Gloria or I or you were buying a piece of equipment, they would give us the base price and they would say plus tax plus freight. Okay. And it's up to us to budget it. And if we're getting a loan, we got to know what that is. But we're not getting a loan and we're not paying for it. It's coming from the city, so we have to know what it is. Why is the city providing an accurate number? The accurate number is $5,880,000. If I talk to Regos, their accurate number is $4,056,344. They left off the tax, they left off the freight, they left off the starting and train up, they left off riggers and renting, they left off ducting. In fact, they left off a lot of the equipment that is required to make the smaller tortillas, they just left it off. They forgot, they weren't told, I don't know. But they're very nice people, and I talk to them. The lead time for RIM, or Rigos, is 60 to 64 weeks lead time to get the equipment. The lead time for Lawrence was 52 to 54 weeks and required a 128-foot footprint, which we don't have. We're not going to extend the building. So the Lawrence bid is just, it's so far, it's so high, and it's so not right. So let's look at the Casa Herrera bid. $3,534,000. They're $500,000 cheaper. Okay. Maybe they take too long to make it. No, they make it in 34 to 38 weeks. They're faster. What else is there? Their bid was good for longer. Their bid was good to 12/31. Everybody else's bid's already expired. The bid is already expired. They have the best product. They have the best price. They have the fastest lead time. And they can provide parts. The one thing that Regos did do in their bid, I didn't include it in the numbers, was they had a whole section of parts they wanted them to buy so they could work on their equipment. Well, that sounds great, but now you got to stock them, and you got to pay for it. And buying parts is not a relocation expense, so I didn't include it. So there isn't any question in my mind that Casa Herrera is they have always been. I told the city 6 years ago that they are the best positioned company to provide the best quality at the lowest price. That is relocation. That is relocation. That's what it is. Okay, so I want to move on to the design bids now.
Randy, you got to
go ahead.
You got to go quicker, Randy.
I got to go real quick at that. The design bids are fine. I looked at them. They're architects. They know what they're doing. But I was concerned that one architect who gave a bid hadn't been there in 3 years. A lot could change at the company in 3 years. Why didn't they go? Why didn't they go to make it the most accurate bid they could provide? They didn't do that. But generally speaking, the two bids that were provided were missing a lot of items, but I corrected them, and I'm okay with those numbers. Of course, we're a design build contractor, so when we bid the job, we include design, permits, everything. They just did the design separately, but I'm okay with it. Although I think they're higher than us. Then there were some other bids for environmental work. I'm okay with those. They're good companies. They left out a few things. I'm certain that LaGloria would not sign a contract with them unless they guaranteed that they were going to include everything that's required, because they conveniently left some things out. Okay. Finally, I looked at some moving bids. The city doesn't seem to understand that the regulations are pretty clear. If you're going to use a moving company of van lines, that you have to get two bids. Okay, they provided two bids. But they need to be accurate, and they need to be within 30 days of the move. We're not moving until 2025 at this point. It's going to be 18 months, if everything goes right, after we get the first check before we move them. 18 months. The city has known this for 6 years. So these bids, although they look nice on paper, they're worthless. I'm not considering them. Okay. Just a few more things here. I think what I'm really upset about the most in this whole process is that I have seen almost without fail in my 40 years businesses move and get moved in, and they try to get on with their life. And some of them fail and some of them don't, but they try to get on. LaGloria is being held on by the neck of Mr. Jimenez with his foot on their neck because he refuses to approve valid relocation bids. Carol Chioda did it in 2 hours, and then she's gone. And everybody as a consultant who has worked for the city has been fired because they keep coming up with the answer that Rudy Jimenez doesn't like. And that's going to cost more than he thinks. So let's really look at this. What is going on here? What is the pattern? They had DRA, an expert in relocation. They're a consultant expert. They came out, they did all this work, they gave their opinion, they were released. You bring in Ron Servar, an expert, an award-winning expert in estimating. He's a general contractor, he knows what he's doing. He writes a report and says, the paperwork's fantastic, the prices is fine, you should approve it. If you don't approve it, the prices are going to go up. That's the nature of construction, and oh boy, did it ever. Oh boy, did it ever. Then they bring in OPC to try to damage the reputation of Gates and try to damage the reputation of LaGloria, and that didn't work. Then they bring in JBA, who's not a contractor at all, but claims he is. He masquerades as a contractor. It's illegal to obtain bids or provide bids if you're not a general contractor. I don't understand how he gets away with it. It's illegal. So what is the pattern here? LaGloria's wanted to move all along, and one person at the city, Rudy Jimenez, is preventing it, and he's doing everything that he can. And yet in his deposition he says, I'm not an expert. I don't have any knowledge about the UL. I don't have any knowledge about what the building department's going to require or the health department's going to require. I certainly don't know the regulations. If he doesn't know the regulations and he's not an expert, okay, fine, you're not an expert. Then listen to your experts who have already told you, move forward with the project. He doesn't want to because he just doesn't want to pay, and I really think it's personal. It's personal. What does he have against Gates, or what does he have against LaGloria? A company that's been in business for 67 years. It services their community. What does he have against them? What is it? I don't know. It's beyond belief that when, in my 40 years, the longest it ever took to relocate somebody, and it was a big project, was about 1.5 years. And here we are on 7 years with no end in sight. I don't know where we're going with it. I'm not happy about it. I think it's disgusting. And I think that he's abusing his power to the point where I just don't even understand why he has a job anymore. That's all I have.
All right. Now I'll give my closing arguments. First of all,
we're over 2 hours at this point, Mr. Cummings, so I will encourage your expeditious closing.
Fine, thank you. Ms. Parra said that we didn't submit anything about what it would cost to modify and move the equipment, and that's not correct. We submitted a bid from Casa Herrera in September of 2015 to do that. And as Mr. Jimenez testified in his deposition, that was for approximately $3,550,000. It was actually $3,558,000.06. So we did that back in 2015. Okay. Now, I've represented hundreds of clients in eminent domain cases throughout Southern California, and many of those have involved relocations. Our firm has always had a good relationship with the City of Los Angeles and its city attorney's office on relocation matters and on eminent domain matters. This is the only case where there's been a problem. We had actually no problem with John Minor with respect to the eminent domain case. That's settled without having to go to trial, simply at a 2-hour mediation. Now, if the city had expeditiously approved LaGloria's relocation claim, LaGloria would have relocated in 2016 for $4,200,000. Okay, but they didn't. So now we're talking numbers that are $2 million more, not because of LaGloria. LaGloria hasn't delayed the process. The city has, but the city is obligated to expeditiously review and approve bids. And we submitted 2 bids back in 2015. We submitted multiple revised bids from Mr. Gates from South Coast and from Casa Herrera. So there's simply no claim that LaGloria hasn't complied. This assertion that they can move this equipment, bring it up to code, and keep LaGloria in business for $1,400,000 is ludicrous. There's no way that can be done. Think about it. You saw that equipment. Can you imagine trying to take that equipment apart and then move it and bring it up to current code requirements? How could you possibly do that and keep the business in business? It's not possible. As Mr. Savark said, who's the only licensed contractor the city ever hired as a consultant on this matter, that would be a miracle. There's no evidence that it can be done. These purported bids are not bids by NWS and Casco. They cannot, there's no basis, legal basis for the city to approve non-bids that are not for a fixed price. The only reason LaGloria hasn't relocated is because the city did not approve its bid to relocate. And the appeal that we are here on today is not an appeal for $1.4 million. It was an appeal for $2,440,000 approved and then $1.9 million denied by Mr. Jimenez without any legal justification for the denial of the $1.9 million. And there's been no evidence submitted in this hearing that there was a legal basis for the justification of that denial of $1,900,000. The city did not even claim back in 2017 when they denied the relocation bid by Gates Development and Casa Herrera that it was possible to move the flour tortilla lines for $1.4 million or for any other matter. They had no relocation bid. In fact, we went through a process about 2 years ago where we gave the city the opportunity to come up with the ability to actually present a bid that they could move the equipment and modify it and relocate it. And after the stated agreed upon time period, and Mr. Malowitz is aware of this, the city had to say they were not able to find any company that could present a bid for the complete relocation and modification of the equipment to comply with California law. And it is not possible to maintain the business operations of LaGloria. Think about it. This is a food processing equipment. You saw those 2 flour tortilla lines. How can you possibly maintain those flour tortilla lines so that they're operating, and at the same time you're taking them apart and trying to put them back together? Not the way they were, but the way they'd have to be to comply with the current with the current state and city and county regulations. Now, what did Mr. Jimenez do? He simply refused to approve Mr. Savark's bid, his estimate, his approval of the Gates bids. He simply ignored Mr. Savark and pretended he wasn't really an expert. He's the only real expert contractor they've ever hired. Nobody else. Barry's not a contractor. He can't say what a contractor would charge for something. He's not even authorized to go out and solicit bids for a project because he's not a contractor. Now, in the 6 years, the city hasn't produced a valid bid to relocate the existing flour tortilla equipment to Cesar Chavez property on First Street and to modify the existing flour tortilla equipment to comply with all currently applicable laws. Neither NWS nor Casco have done so. You've looked at them, they are not bids. They are not a full price bid for the entire work. Now, the key thing here is the purpose of relocation is to keep a business in business. It is not to put them out of business. If you try to take that equipment apart, how many months is it going to be? How many years is it going to be to put it back together? I don't think it's possible. Casa Herrera said they could do it for $3,550,000 in September of 2015, and they're the only competent company that could do it because it's their equipment. Because if they have to modify something, if they have to replace something that is damaged in the move, they can make the part. Nobody else can. Now, the city is mandated by federal law to approve the Casa Herrera and Gates Development Company's bids to allow La Gloria to relocate its flour tortilla business. I cannot understand. This is the only time I've ever seen in my life, and I've practiced law for over 40 years, where I've seen a governmental agency try to put a business out of business. What is it about Maria Vera and her family that is a problem here? The problem is that Mr. Jimenez and his department didn't bid the job, didn't create their budget initially. And then when they got the bids, they say, well, where are they moving to, Beverly Hills? No, they're not moving to Beverly Hills, they're moving to First Street, but it's got to be done legal, it's got to be done proper. And there's absolutely no basis today for the city to approve the purported proposals by NWS and Casco, because neither one of them is a legal bid or a fixed price for the entire move. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cummings. We will take a 10-minute recess, and then we will hear a rebuttal from the Bureau of Engineering. We will return at 1:50.
Start the recording.
Okay, let's go ahead and get started. I assume. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We will now hear up to 15 minutes of rebuttal from the Bureau of Engineering. Who will lead this?
Mr. President, or Chairman Good, can I just reestablish quorum just for the record?
Sorry, yeah.
Thank you. It's 1:53 p.m. We're reestablishing quorum and roll call. We have Chairman Good, Commissioner Garcia, Commissioner Davis, Commissioner Villegas, and Commissioner Caloza. Mr. Chairman, you do have a quorum.
You, Dr. Campos. All right, so we're now, I'll invite the Bureau of Engineering to give an up to 15-minute rebuttal.
Thank you, President Good. This is Robert Malowitz, Deputy City Attorney. They've asked me to scramble and provide a bit of a rebuttal, and then we'll close with Bob Berry. He'll have a few comments. President Good, or Dr. Campos, if you could cut me off if I go past 10 minutes so that we have room for Bob Berry, I'd appreciate that. And I say that because I think certainly there's a lot to maybe respond to, because there's a lot of inaccuracies and assertions in that presentation. However, I don't know what the five of you are interested in hearing about. So rather than belabor the points by going into things that you're not interested in, I'll leave much of that up to your questioning. But I do want to say that their presentation really mixed up the issue before you. The recommendation before you is to approve eligible expenses, including moving their existing equipment. Most of the presentation we heard from La Gloria was about the 2017 information, in which time the Board of Public Works and Mr. Jimenez had approved substitute/new equipment. But since then, we've learned a lot of new information. And under Relocation Law, you can't ignore new information. And that information is that moving the equipment is feasible and is lower than the lowest cost for new equipment, which I don't know why Mr. Gates belabored Casa Herrera's qualifications to provide new equipment. Yes, we have all established that Casa Herrera is the lowest bidder to provide new equipment, but that is higher than the lowest bids for moving the equipment. And that is what the board report presents to you today. I want to talk a little bit about those snippets of depositions you saw. for those of you who aren't attorneys, how a deposition works. One attorney asks all the questions that attorney wants to ask. The defending attorney is not supposed to be interrupting with objections, even if objectionable questions are asked. Those are supposed to be preserved for the court later. If you take the deposition and try to introduce it, the judge then can decide whether there are objections to the questions. So there were no objections, and Mr. Jimenez's deposition, this was a deposition taken as part of the lawsuit that we got dismissed as improper. They happened before I was part of the case. But that deposition closed before the city's attorney was able to ask Mr. Jimenez any follow-up questions to clarify any of the things being tossed his way. And that's why these kinds of transcripts and videos are generally excluded in cases in court other than the case in which they occur in. So we're not in court, and you're entitled to see these kinds of things. You're entitled to hear Mr. Gates talk about conversations he had with other people and tell you what they said, which wouldn't be admissible in court because it's not reliable. Mr. Safark, he's not here for you to ask any questions to. And I can't believe how many times we heard him called an expert. He's an expert estimator. He was asked to estimate at the time Mr. Gates's bid and to determine whether the numbers Mr. Gates attached to the bid he made back in 2017 were reasonable. It wasn't whether those are reimbursable under relocation law. Just like all of these numbers on the spreadsheet, are they reasonable? He wasn't asked to look at whether the law allows the city to reimburse for any of those particular expenses. And the snippet where Mr. played and Mr. Sparks saying he had been involved with 20 relocation matters is immediately followed by his testimony, which was not shown to you, but which is in the record, that, oh, well, actually there was only 6 when he went out and did his work on the La Gloria matter. So somehow he's been transformed into an expert. You can't question, not, as I said in my earlier remarks, neither La Gloria nor the city has been able to reach Mr. Savark or get any response out of him for many, many years now to clarify what he might have said. And again, he was looking at the expenses of providing new substitute equipment, which isn't what we are asking the board to approve today. Specifically, I did want to respond to the personal attacks on Mr. Jimenez. When he was asked at that division, are you a relocation law expert? I think he answered quite honestly, no. Relocation law is much broader than the particular issues we're talking about here today. Relocation law has a whole different set of rules that cover residential relocations. If you displace someone out of their personal home, whole set of other regulations. Different rules apply for agricultural displacements versus commercial versus retail. So when Mr. Jimenez said, no, I'm not an expert in relocation law, sure, he's not. And he doesn't need to be. He did educate himself on the laws and regulations that are applicable here. He contacted Caltrans for information, the Caltrans relocation team, and he consulted with others. So ultimately, it's up to the Board of Relocation Appeals to actually apply the law. Both sides have presented you with quotes of the law and how it should apply. It's ultimately the question for the board to apply that law. Mr. Jimenez was more than qualified and became educated in the matters he needed to be in order to help coordinate the presentation of this relocation claim. And as to delay, yeah, there's been delay on both sides, but the city was very expeditious when it approved the initial award. La Gloria appealed. We expeditiously opened the appeal. That's when the La Gloria delay tactics began, where we were certainly allowed on the property some, but when our consultants and contractors tried to go back for more to answer some of their questions, they were denied. We had to go to court as part of that old lawsuit that I got dismissed to get an order and use discovery to go onto the property at one point. Fortunately, that's behind us, and we can reach a decision today. And I did want to pass the baton here to Mr. Berry to respond just in brief to some of the remarks about the bids that he solicited.
Thank you very much, Bob. Bob Berry, John Berry and Associates. And just a few key rebuttals. Number one, for almost 68 years, we have done exactly what we were asked to do by the city, and we attained good quality bids from good quality general contractors and other vendors. It is not only 100% legal, but in the past, we've actually had Sullivan, Workman, and D, who's represented on the call today, request our service to do exactly what we have done for the city. So the credibility of John Berry and Associates, starting in 1954, is rock solid in both relocation management, but the process is not only legal, the process has supported multiple eminent domain activities. The other part that I want to mention is Randy Gates describing us as doing something illegal. Well, Randy Gates asked our firm to potentially support him on a project during the last year, which we denied immediately. So when we talk about credibility, we talk about relocation, we talk about almost $800 million of activity where we attain good quality numbers from good quality vendors that, by the way, we're not tied to in any financial fashion. We are unbiased to look at what is required to support, in this case, LaGloria, to move and consolidate and to be effective in the transition. And we wish to assist them in that process. Thank you.
Mr. Berry, can I just follow up and ask, is Sullivan Workman D, that is the law firm Mr. Cummings works with?
Yes, it is. And the two founders, both Sullivan and Workman, requested our service on multiple projects going back over 25 years.
And I think with that, the Board of Engineering's presentation is complete.
Thank you, Mr. Malowitz. Thank you, Mr. Berry. Thank you, Mr. Jimenez. We will now give up to 15 minutes of rebuttal to Mr. Cummings.
First, we'll have Mr. Gates respond. Randy, can you hear me? He's muted. He didn't hear me.
I can hear now.
Okay. Randy, can you now respond? What's Mr. Berry's comments?
Look, JVA's been around a long time. They're engineers, and they do facility planning, and they have got themselves involved in relocation cases as a consultant, and that's fine. But the contractor state license law here in the state of California, where we are, indicates that consultants cannot obtain a bid. They cannot review bids. They certainly can't submit bids. They can't solicit bids because they're not a licensed contractor, and that type of activity is protected by the contractor state license law, so that nobody can have the wool pulled over their eyes. I don't care how many bids he's gotten. It's not right that he's doing it. He's not a licensed contractor. He does not have the ability to do it. I can't perform medical surgery. I'm not a doctor. I might know something about putting a Band-Aid on, but it's not the same thing. And the contractors that he provided guesstimates. They're not bids. They're not quality bids. They're not good bids. They're not accurate, and they won't do the job. And what's the point of doing all of this to find out that you need to go back and get more money because the bids aren't accurate. Because when they get submitted and the health department says, you got to have all of these things, all of the things that I pointed out in my letter, when they say, yeah, you got to have those things, and there needs to be funding for that, then what happens? And I'm not aware that the city ever provided a bid to modify the equipment. I didn't see it anywhere. The general contractor certainly didn't put it in their bid. I didn't see it. Nobody's ever provided a bid to modify the equipment except for Casa Herrera themselves, and that was 5 years ago. So I don't know why they're saying that. The numbers before the board right now don't have anything to do with modifying the equipment. And you cannot just pick it up and move it over there and install it. It's not legal. The health department, the building department won't approve it. That's not a guess, that's a fact. So that's what I have to say.
And I'll respond briefly. With respect to Mr. Berry, it's true, we hired him on a matter, I think it was about 20 years ago, and I hired him on one matter, and it was a very simple matter. It didn't involve food processing. It involved, moving a business. You pick up the tables and chairs and other equipment that's plugged in, and you take it to a new location and you plug it in. And if there's piping that you got to do to make it work, then you attach the piping. It had absolutely nothing to do with food. When I got involved in this case, I knew that moving La Gloria was going to be a tremendous, difficult job because I'd seen the equipment. And like Mr. Savaric, I was impressed by how old the equipment was and just looking at all the thousands of parts made up in that equipment. It's just inconceivable that anybody could move and relocate it. So what I did is I went out and got a relocation expert. I got Randy Gates, a man who's done 1,000 relocations, a man who's relocated food businesses, who understands state law, California, LA County law, Los Angeles city laws, all the laws that have laws that relate to UL and food safety and all of that. And can you imagine, how could you possibly work on one tortilla line and you're trying to modify it? So what are you going to do? You're going to slop your grease all over everything? You have to have you can't operate food processing plants next to equipment that you're trying to take apart, relocate, and modify. You can't do that. You can't legally do it. You'll be shut down by the health department if they come in and make an inspection. And instead of, think about it, in your kitchen, in a kitchen of a restaurant, if they've got somebody out there tearing apart a machine and trying to put it back together in the middle of the kitchen, what is the health department going to say? They're going to say, no, you can't do that. You're going to contaminate the entire area. You're going to be shut down by the health department. What does that do to your reputation? It puts you out of business. It is not possible. You saw the equipment. You heard Ron Savaric, and he is a licensed contractor. John Berry's not a licensed contractor. The city hasn't had any licensed contractor come and testify before you today, telling you what is required to move that equipment and to relocate it and to bring it up into compliance. If NWS could do that, why didn't they have somebody here testify to that? If Casco could do that, why didn't they have somebody here to testify that they can do that, that they understand all those laws, and that they can do it, and that their estimates included those amounts? They didn't have that. There's no evidence before the board that Casco or NWS has submitted a bid to relocate and modify the Casa Herrera, the La Gloria food processing flour lines that are at the Cesar Chavez property and bring them over to the First Street property and make it all work. There is no evidence that anybody can do that. No witness has come here and testified that his business can do that. There isn't anybody who can do that. Casa Herrera said they could do it for over $3.5 million, but it's their equipment. So they could take it apart, and because they make new equipment, they would know what they would have to do to make the modifications to bring it to current code. But they said it would cost over $3.5 million. So why would anybody want to go to that process when they can buy new equipment for less? I'll be glad to answer any questions or have Mr. Gates answer any question, or Maria Vera or Fernando Ruiz with respect to anything you have heard here today.
Can I add just one more thing?
Yes, go ahead, Randy.
I just want to say that in my 40 years, most of the time, when a business moves from point A to point B, they're moving into a business building that is vacant. Okay? In this particular case, La Gloria is moving from Cesar Chavez to First Street. They already occupy it, and they already have a food processing plant there for corn. I can tell you it is going to be extremely difficult and very sensitive to keep the corn business operational while we're trying to build out the flour. It's going to be very difficult, and accommodations are going to have to be made. We can't have dust and debris and insects or whatever it is getting into the food processing plant of the corn while we're trying to do the flour. It's very difficult, very difficult. And some consideration from the board, please, to consider how hard it's going to be. And let's not put this company out of business.
May I say one more thing?
Yes.
You know, Randy raised the issue. You put this company out of business, you put all the employees out of work. You're going to add those families to the welfare line. Is that what you really want to do? That is not mandated by the law. What's mandated is to relocate La Gloria so you can maintain its business and keep it operating, not to put it out of business, not to put its employees out of jobs. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jordan, before the board begins deliberation, I would love to just hear if you have any particular guidance or counsel going into our conversation.
No, I mean, I've heard everything that you've heard. I would just maybe, as a reminder, remind the Relocation Appeals Board, you know, what's before it and what isn't before it. There's been a lot of discussion that I think does provide a context, and I think context is always important. But you know, that doesn't necessarily mean that it puts additional issues before the board. I'm happy to answer specific questions. That's just more of a general observation. And well, since the issues before the relocation board are somewhat more narrow than maybe all of the issues discussed, I would just urge the board to, you know, only look at those things that are specifically germane to its decision when making a decision, not, you know, things that are not germane to that decision. Again, I'd be happy to be more specific on any issue that you have a question.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Appreciate that. All right, colleagues, I want to open up the floor for questions and comments. We're going to, Dr. Campos, please keep us on time, although I will reserve the right to extend or shorten, but we're going to shoot for about 1 hour and 15 minutes worth of deliberation. And so let's get started. Vice President Garcia, can you kick us off here?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, President Good, for this opportunity to be able to address everybody here today. It's been a long morning, long afternoon too, and we've heard a lot today, so thank you for that, and thank you for everybody's time. This is definitely a complex issue. I know somebody said that before, but well, I have tons of notes, so sorry for this, but I'm just trying to put all my thoughts together here. I do have a question of clarification that I don't think was addressed neither on the board reports or anywhere else. There's a lack of property taxes that have either paid or not been paid. Who is paying for those since 2015?
This is Robert Malowitz. No one, because it's now city property, and the city doesn't pay property taxes.
Understood. Got it. Okay. And going back to La Gloria's rental agreement that they would pay $15,000 rent before. Was this before this? This was before the city obtaining this property, right? They were paying $15,000 worth of rent every month.
Correct.
Well, what they were doing is they were. May I respond or not?
Yes.
Yeah. What they were doing is basically when they filed tax returns, they would put down rental, okay, for their businesses, okay. So, but they didn't. For the most part, they didn't really. They would make payments when they had the money. But they would, look you haven't seen the First Street property, but it's a much bigger piece of property. It's just a question of allocation. They didn't pay a specific amount every month for rent.
Before the city obtained.
Correct. Yeah.
So they didn't have a actual set amount to pay rent, because my understanding from the reports and from everything, this is a Mr. Bayer, I'm sorry if I'm saying it wrong. That company, they would pay to that company, but technically it's the same company, right?
It's not the same company, and that was a misstatement of the law by Mr. Malowitz. They're not the same company. La Gloria is a food processing operation.
Okay.
The Behar Partnership owns real estate. Okay, they're made up of they're same family entities, but it's like many businesses. It's like at a gas station. The operator of the gas station may be the same people that own the property, but they're going to have two different entities that they do it in. Okay.
Okay. And then, by the way, these are all just clarifying questions from me to just kind of understand the entire picture here. So, not showing any waves at this point. Do we have a current Casa Herrera bid at this point?
Yes, and we put in our brief we referred to it, and secondly we attached it. And,
okay.
The current bid is for new equipment, and yes, and Mr. Cummings is correct. There is a new one in the record, and as I said,
do you want me to? I can tell you the exact number if you.
I want to know the exact number. Yes.
Yeah, just 1 second.
And it's likely would be the lowest bid for new equipment, if that were the question you wanted to.
Okay. Yes. Thank you. I'm sorry. I was looking for you on my screen. That's right. Oh, there you are.
Just 1 second.
So.
President Good, perhaps for clarification, while Mr. Cummings pulls up that document, we could ask that he sort of refer to it in a way that we can clearly sort of see where in the record that thing is.
That would be great. While he's doing that,
that's Exhibit 46, which is attached to our brief and in our binder. Okay, and the amount is $3,534,639, and that includes the sales tax and everything.
Just to clarify, Mr. Cummings, this 3.5 mil for lack of the better for lack of stating the whole number. This is the current bid now, 2021.
That is the current bid now. That's correct. It's dated November 1, 2021.
But Mr. Cummings, just for clarity, for all of us, that is in conjunction. That is part of the overall most recent bid by Mr. Gates of $6,248,276. That is the overall bid. The Casa Herrera element of that overall bid is $3,534,639. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. In fact, we state that on in our brief. It's on page 9 of our brief. We give the amounts and we go through and state what the totals are so that it's clear.
Yeah.
Got it. So just, I mean, I'm also, Mr. Cummings, we might ask things that you already have submitted because it is a public and it stays on the record. So part of my questions are because I want it to be on the record.
No, I understand that. But the brief is part of the record.
Yes.
It's been submitted. But I just wanted to make sure that you knew the exact accurate numbers.
And I thank you. And I do want to know the exact numbers. So just going right, just to clarify this part for me, the 3.5 bid for Casa Herrera is for new equipment and that's it basically, right? And I'm saying, I'm trying to decipher between equipment and the moving cost, the relocation cost.
The Casa Herrera bid is $3,534,639
for new equipment.
For new equipment.
Only for equipment.
Yes, and that's less than their bid from 2015 when labor costs were lower, which was $3,558,000 in order to relocate it and modify it in order to bring it up to current code requirements. So even the 2021 bid from Casa Herrera is less than, for new equipment, is less than the modification bid from 2015.
Okay, understood. And so the other $3 million that get you up to your $6-point-something million, and I'm sorry if I'm not stating the right ones. I don't have the exhibit right in front of me. I would have to look for it and search through all of these. But what is that other piece of it?
The other piece is about $2,600,000 and something, and that is for Mr. Gates for his work as far as having to do everything else other than install the equipment.
Okay.
Because he has to, the main thing he has to do is at the First Street property is he has to ready the First Street property for the new equipment to come in and to hook up everything and to also disconnect everything, but for things that are moving but aren't being purchased new. But mainly it's for work at the Casa Herrera property, at the La Gloria property on First Street. That's the main concept amounts.
Okay.
And just so you'll know, originally his bid was around $1.9 million or something, and that was back in 2015. And for his work, not the Casa Herrera amount, okay?
So from 2015 to now went up at almost $1 million?
Yeah, because of the cost increases on everything. I mean, you see it on the news. All your equipment, all the parts for everything you got to buy for construction have increased tremendously. Plus your labor costs have increased, and the difficulty of getting quality labor results in increased cost for labor. If you want to, you can have Mr. Gates. Would you like Mr. Gates to respond to that? That might be better for me.
I'm pretty satisfied with your answer to Mr. Cummings. Given that I'm just going to go off, I'm going to get out of the cost for now, but I want to just understand on the bid that you also submitted, Mr. Cummings, does that include, based on today's testimony from the owners of La Gloria, will that, your bid also include some of the loss, revenue, or impacted that they're claiming?
No, none of that.
Okay. Nobody's claiming that, right?
No. All we're talking about is the cost of having equipment installed, the two flour tortilla lines installed in the First Street property in a manner that allows allows La Gloria to continue in business. So the concept would be La Gloria would continue to operate its old equipment at the Cesar Chavez property until it had to, until the work was done at the First Street property. And as I said before, if the city had approved the original bid of $4.2 million when it was submitted in 2015, La Gloria would have been relocated in 2016. So, all these, go ahead.
So the proposal, what you guys envision, or what is tend to happen is that La Gloria will continue to produce their corn tortillas, right, at the current location.
Correct.
And so the flour tortillas at the current location, while Casa Herrera for 38 weeks will install the new equipment. And then once that's installed and ready to go, La Gloria will move their flour operations to First and not miss or be impacted by the time.
Not exactly.
Okay.
See, Casa Herrera is not going to install the equipment. Casa Herrera will deliver the equipment to the First Street property. Mr. Gates installs the equipment, and he has to do everything that complies with all the law in that connection.
Got it. Okay. I have more notes here, but I am going to just defer my time for now. And with the reservation, President, if I can come back and ask questions again?
Yeah, I'm going to come back to you. And folks, I'm going to not necessarily hew as tightly to our general cadence with the board, given the sort of sprawling conversation here. So yes, Vice President, we'll certainly come to you. I'm going to actually, I'd like to center the conversation for a second on the law, and in particular, just for clarity, and I'd like to ask Mr. Jimenez, but also Mr. Malowitz, and Mr. Cummings, you're welcome to chime in, although I will again reserve comment to ensure everyone's brevity. But let's just talk about the Uniform Relocation Act 49 CFR 24 in the California, the Caltrans Relocation Right-of-Way Relocation Manual, because I think for all that's been floating around here, and I do want to set the table on one level, which is there's been a lot of talk and a lot of excerpt offering about who's an expert and who's not. And in many cases, what I've heard is people who could be equally challenged in their expertise, talking about other people not being experts. So let's just stipulate to the fact that a whole bunch of people are very invested in a process here. And let's spend a lot less time telling us who doesn't know what they're talking about, and let's spend more time talking about what we know. So let's just start with the sort of macro parameters as well as the micro around the Uniform Relocation Act and the Caltrans Right-of-Way Relocation Manual. And what I mean by that is, let's just talk principally about what the URA means and what the city is obligated to do under that. And then let's narrow that down to the situation at hand in terms of eligibility. The idea being to sort of illustrate, for good or bad, how we've gotten to this point. So let's talk about the URA. Let's talk about the macro obligations. And Mr. Cummings, you will have this opportunity as well, because I respect everyone's opinions on this thing. Got me? So, Mr. Jimenez, why don't you kick that off?
Sure. So the Uniform Act came about as a result of a history of public agencies just building the highway system across the United States and displacing people, giving people little notice, little compensation. You know, we've heard of Cesar Chavez ravine, the Chavez ravine issue. So a lot of things. And so in the 70s, Congress got together and said, you know, let's do something about this. And so they put together this act that talks about how we acquire property, how we compensate people, and how we relocate people. So those are two different things. You know, how you do appraisals, how you make...
Can I interrupt you real quick?
Sure.
Anybody who's going to have phone conversations while we are deliberating, please do us the good of muting. Please go ahead, Mr. Jimenez.
So it talks about how to acquire property, how to appraise property, how to make offers to people, how to treat people equitably. And then same with relocation. So it talks about when we displace folks from residential properties as residential tenants, as commercial tenants, they're entitled to certain relocation benefits. So that's kind of like the big picture. And then when you kind of start to look at details, as a residential displacee, like if I own my house and the city buys it for $100,000, but because of escalating values, it's going to cost me $200,000. The agency will pay for what they call PPE, purchase price differential, PPD, so that you're made whole as a residential occupant and tenant. So not all of the benefits, like that one, for example, actually translate to commercial relocations. And Caltrans even says in Chapter 10, the relocation chapter, that it doesn't intend to make commercial displacees whole. It says those words. And nevertheless, what we try to do is, and what relocation does in terms of commercial tenants, is move your stuff from point A to point B. So moving your stuff means disconnecting the things, possibly modifying them. Like, for instance, if you only have 220 power at the replacement side and all of your motors are 110 motors, you can convert those, modify them to be 220 motors. So modifications to machines to make them operable at the replacement side are allowed. So all kinds of modifications are allowed to make it work at the replacement side. And so in this case, we've considered that, what it costs to move the stuff from that was not purchased by the city from Cesar Chavez to First Street. And what that means is we have to consider what is the lesser of two things. What does it cost to disconnect, modify, reconnect? So it's $100,000 to do that. And if it costs less to buy substitute equipment, then we would pay for substitute equipment. So we pay the lesser of the two. So you have to have those two numbers to make a decision. And that kind of adds up because it's just common sense stuff. Like, for instance, if there's a lot of bulk items, if you have 1 million widgets, it's going to cost more to count the widgets than to replace them. So we'll just buy your widgets because it's common sense way of approaching relocation. And in this case, we're bound to pay for moving the equipment, reconnecting it. Part of the problem here is a misunderstanding of some of the things that are called eligibility. So certain things are eligible. Like, for instance, betterments are not eligible. If I have a machine that makes 10 tortillas, betterments are not eligible. I can't buy a machine that makes 20 tortillas. That's a betterment that's not allowed, just flat out not allowed. So the way the feds look at so that's modifying the machines. You could modify the machines so that you can make them operable at the replacement. Now, how the feds look at modifying the building is slightly different. And this is a part of the contention here. So let's just say you need to open a door wider to make the equipment fit. No problem. That modification is allowable because it's associated with reconnecting the machine. No problem. We'll approve that all day long. Now, if there are certain regulations, and it says here, and I'll read just one sentence so that you understand this. So, reestablishment expenses must be actual, reasonable, and necessary. And eligible expenses include, but are not limited to, repairs or improvements to the replacement real property as required by federal, state, and local law. So those modifications that are required by the federal, state, or local law are reestablishment costs. And the important thing to make a distinction is there's moving costs and there's reestablishment costs. So moving is, like we said, just put it in the truck, move it from point A to point B, and reconnect it, 100% eligible. Now, if you have to make modifications to the building that are not associated with the reconnection of the machines, that would be eligible under reestablishment. So what the city has done is analyze certain things. Like one of the things that is claimed is that the floors have to be resurfaced, epoxy, maybe put a higher, bigger drainage hole, stuff like that that is not directly connected with the machines. That's a requirement by the health department, but it falls under reestablishment, and that's capped at $25,000. So depending on how you identify things, they're eligible, but they're capped. So you,
public record, Mr. Jimenez, real quick. When we say capped to 25,000, we mean cumulatively capped.
Correct.
Not that particular item.
Correct.
If I can kick over real quick. So, Mr. Cummings, for example, would ADA requirements fall under reestablishment, or would they fall under relocation? You're on mute. You're on mute, sir. I'm sorry.
Can you hear me now?
There we go. Yeah.
I'm going to have Mr. Gates respond to that.
Actually, no. I'd like for you to, Mr. Gates is a party in interest. He's a party with very significant interest. I'd like to actually ask you.
I believe that under certain circumstances, you have to pay if it's. But I would prefer Mr. Gates to respond because he can give you a more precise answer.
Well, I will hold, and Mr. Gates is not even visible on our screen right now.
Okay, then.
Welcome him putting his face on the screen. Thank you, sir. Mr. Jimenez, why don't you go ahead and answer that question then?
Sure. So ADA is a federally mandated requirement. So yes, it would fall under reestablishment.
So it would be subject to the 25,000.
Correct. Correct.
Could Mr. Gates now respond to that?
Cummings, I will ask Mr. Gates questions when I'm ready for Mr. Gates, and I certainly intend to ask Mr. Gates questions. So, Mr. Jimenez, continue on eligibility, and just a little more specificity about the process for determining eligibility coming off of Mr. Svark's assessment.
Yes. So, Mr. Svark was hired by one of the consultants that we had because, and this happens all the time, we're public agencies, we're not experts in tortillas or bread making or shoe making or anything else, right? That's not what we do. So we hire experts to help us understand what's going on. At the time that Mr. Svark was hired, we didn't know whether the Gates bid was reasonable. I don't know what a tortilla factory costs to move. So Mr. Svark was brought on board to tell us, is this the right number? How much it's going to cost to move from A to B? He was not hired to determine eligibility. So, and he is not an expert in relocation. As many times as Mr. Gates said that, he is not an expert in relocation, and he never made a determination of eligibility. If you remember in his deposition, he relied on others to tell him whether the machine could even stand up. The first thing was Gates told him it's not gonna, if you go back and look at that, Gates told him that it would fall apart if it was moved. And to that point, when I first visited La Gloria, there was only one tortilla line function when I first visited La Gloria. Later, they added a second line. So the statement that it's impossible to put together a used line, and none of that equipment was new, is not borne out by the facts. La Gloria did add a second line after I first inspected it, and the equipment can be moved. It gets repaired all the time when it breaks down. It's not repaired on site. It gets moved off site. They fix it and they bring it back. So the fact that, so those are the facts. The facts are that the equipment is repaired, a second line was added, and that it can't be moved. And in front of you, you have Bob Berry, who has two contractors who say that they can do that. And Gates even said these are good, reputable companies. They said they can do that. And so for us, at this point, we have the option either pay to move it or pay for substitute equipment.
Okay.
And we're bound to pay the lesser of the two.
Thank you, Mr. Jimenez. Mr. Cummings, is that true? Do you have a response to Mr. Jimenez? Was there, over the course of this time, was there an additional tortilla line?
In 2014, as Mr. Jimenez, as Mr. Ruiz testified and is in his declaration, from 2014 forward, they've always had two lines. Which was before the eminent domain action was filed. And the line, you don't take the flour tortilla line, the equipment out to have it repaired. The repairs are done on site.
Next to another line, correct?
Yes, but by people who know what they're doing and who are able to do it in a manner that doesn't create problems.
But again,
yes.
In proximity to other tortilla lines, correct?
But most of the time what you're doing, and Mr. Ruiz is here if you want to hear from him, but mostly what you're doing is you're replacing a part. You're not taking it all apart and putting it all back together to modify it. There's a big difference.
Understood, and we will talk to Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Cummings, one more question for you, and then I want to hand it back to my colleagues, because I don't want to monopolize everything. Sorry, y'all. Who decided that whether it was relocation or new equipment, that it would happen at the Cesar Chavez or the First Street facility?
That was decided by La Gloria.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to further open it up to some folks. Commissioner.
I do want to say, though, that first of all, Mr. Savark, in his deposition, testified that not only were these things reasonable, but that they complied with the requirements for reimbursement. He testified to that.
Which things are you talking about, Mr. Cummings?
I'm talking about everything that was included in the Gates bid, first bid. Actually, it was actually a second bid, the one for $4.4 million. That Mr. Savark testified that the items, everything that he said should stay in there, was something that he said was reimbursable as under the federal relocation, state, and Caltrans. He said that. He testified.
So let me ask you this: is Mr. Savark? Were you able to contact Mr. Savark?
we served him with a subpoena to get his deposition.
No, but I mean subsequent to that and leading up to this.
No, in fact, no, we haven't.
Okay.
We got him to come for, we got him with a subpoena. He came for his deposition, and that's the last time I ever saw the man.
Mr. Jimenez, did we attempt to reach out to Mr. Savark as well, or Mellons?
Yes, we have, and just as Mr. Cummings, we have been unsuccessful since that deposition from reaching him in any fashion. He is not here to answer any of your questions about what Mr. Cummings wants you to take away from those deposition snippets.
Okay.
Well, the deposition snippets were accurate under oath statements.
Thank you. Commissioner Villegas, would you like to chime in with any questions?
Thank you. I appreciate everybody's comments today and appreciate everybody sharing their information. I do have some questions, and I think they, you know, just from the timeline, you know, that we've seen on this process of this eminent domain. It seems like in 2015, an amount was shared with the city, and that's already been stated. And that was by La Gloria to the city. I think it's like for about 4.2 million. Was that an agreed upon amount?
Yep, 4.2 million. $4.2 million was the initial bid by Gates, which included the Casa Herrera bid for 2 new tortilla lines at that time, in November of 2015.
And was the amount for the relocation, was that amount, I understand it was an eminent domain, but was there an agreement on this process of eminent domain in advance of, let me finish my question, in advance of the amount for the relocation benefits?
Yes, there are 2 different items. The eminent domain is a lawsuit.
I understand.
And that lawsuit was settled with the city for a specific amount for the property. And basically, under the federal taxation rules, if you don't reinvest that money in real estate within a certain time period, you have to pay taxes on a huge percentage of the money goes for taxes. So basically, that money is not available for relocation. You have to buy a piece of property.
Okay.
So, but that number was agreed upon. It was actually agreed upon at the first mediation that we had. It was in, I believe, January of 2016, where we had a mediation with John Minor of the city attorney's office. We settled the eminent domain case on that date. And we had, prior to that date, we had given the relocation claim to the city, and we actually went in and we talked to the mediator, and I asked, when Mr. Jimenez said he had some concerns about issues, and I said, well, why don't we go down line by line and discuss them? And he says, well, I haven't read it.
Well, and Commissioner Villegas, I think the beginning of your question was there an agreed upon number? And no, there has never been an agreed upon number. There's a number that the city awarded, and La Gloria appealed from that, which has resulted in where we are today, which is a de novo hearing, which means that everything's open for new consideration.
But there was, I'm talking about the eminent domain, and that was after.
Yes. And by law, the relocation can't be folded into the eminent domain process. They have to be handled separately.
I understand. However, even though those negotiations are going on, was the relocation amount ever discussed as the settlement or as a lawsuit settlement was going forward?
I'll never readdress that.
Yeah. So let me make just a point of clarification, Commissioner. You mentioned the 4.2. So 4.2 was the original estimate that was bid that was provided by.
Yeah, I don't want to belabor it. I'm sorry. I don't.
No. Well, I think this is an important point. So this is what normally happens. So we asked the displacee to come up with a couple bids, and they give us bids, and then we analyze them, and then look at what's eligible within the bid. And so not everything. Let's just say somebody wants gold faucets. Well, that's a betterment. We don't allow it. And then so a lot of things that are not allowed under the federal law are deducted. So,
I understand.
Okay.
I understand. I appreciate it. We do have a business here that's been in the city of Los Angeles since 1954. We come at this with good negotiation, energy, and we're at a point where this is, it's been 7 years. I would have hoped that this could have been handled. And however, we're at this point, and we're at a decision-making body, and just to be getting all of this information, which we were not able to get briefed in advance. So it's a lot of information also for us. Even though we did read your reports, we got all of the the binders, and thank you for all the exhibits. I just say this because it's still a lot of time that's gone on, and yet we're still here at this decision-making point where I feel like it's a lot of time wasted. And perhaps you may be dismissive of my comment or not. I'm not sure, and I hope it's not. I just feel that it could have gone in a different direction had we at least come forth with a better negotiation tactic. I also have still, because we're at a point where we are about $4 million apart, or maybe a little bit over $4 million, maybe $4+ million apart, and we can't come any closer. The other part, that I feel that even if there are some items that are not going to be eligible under the relocation benefit, are there other pots of funds that we, the city, can look at to be able to make this happen? We have a business here that is an operation, and in order for them to go to First Street, there needs to be, it seems like from reading and from what I've heard, we need to have almost both of them, the First Street built before they can turn everything off at the other place and then turn this one on without losing revenue.
Commissioner Villegas, maybe, to your point, I'd love to hear from Mr. Barry, and actually ask you to, because, I think in the end, the key here is how do we make sure that an expedient solution is reached that is that does make sure that this business exists and survives and thrives, and putting the drama of the last several years aside, at the risk of being presumptuous, what I feel like we've got is we've got in some ways a basic dynamic that we deal with at the board all the time, which is a competition for work. I will say that what I've heard from one side is an absolute full frontal attack on every other person involved with this. And that, Mr. Gates, is from someone who has an interest in this. I would like to know, Mr. Barry, how does this work? I say that because I'm also not an expert by any stretch of imagination.
And to add to that, before our commission, we do have bureaus that come before us because the line of work that they have is technical in nature, and we also give contracts and sole source contracts, to previous bureaus because of the work and because, the nature and how complex it is. So I don't want to minimize, what others are saying here, but, it's hearing both sides, and I hear, what you're saying, President Good, of, dismissing other, eligible, bidders. But it's also understanding that, in the past, we've also given sole source contracts because of the nature of the business. And, I just wanted to make that, for the record.
Okay. Yeah, Bob Berry here, and thanks very much. I think a couple things to step back, and I'll quickly step forward, is that, I think we're all looking at how we can support LaGloria to relocate, to consolidate, and to move forward in a positive way. And I respect everybody that's been on the phone. But I think that it's important to look at some key facts. And the key facts are that they're up and operating the equipment, okay, flour and corn. So nobody can argue that. They're operating and they're making wonderful tortillas. Now, what both sides have shared is that we can, and we do it all the time in bakeries and food processing. We're doing a big juice bottling operation right now. People replace equipment within food processing all the time. They do not shut down their business. They don't go out of business. They replace. So what we have here in our position is that our job is really, in most cases, eminent domain or others, is kind of a general improve while you move. So they're looking to improve their operation as they move. And so basically what the plan forward would be to have the process of fully completing, if you will, the design of the consolidated space, where you have the architect, mechanical, electrical, plumbing. All of the issues that have come to the surface today are handled within that process, not only within architects, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, but parallel that, of course, the city, the health department that was mentioned, etc. So there are literally, as everybody has agreed, hundreds of details. But what our job really in mind for 40 plus years is how can we consolidate LaGloria within the First Street address and have it go as smoothly as possible and have it go with the least amount of downtime. And a big part of our success, our firm's success, is minimizing downtime with the key focus LaGloria has. I've got to keep making tortillas. So as it's been mentioned, if you picture the First Street address being prepared by general contractors, their subs, having the appropriate mechanical, electrical, plumbing done, and ready for what we call plug and play. So if you picture the movement of the equipment required, the planning of all of the utility drops, and you're ready for plug and play. Then what you do prior to that is that any of the modification that would be required on the current equipment to meet the code, there's really a good amount of work that can be done off hours, by the way, so we keep our equipment going, in preparing equipment to move. And by the way, this is true in bakeries. We did work actually with Sullivan Workman & D in a catering and commissary operation. So we're used to all the codes, all the challenges, all these issues. So basically, you really have a migration plan with great detail that has all the vendors, all the people involved, all the insight and input and concern shared from the LaGloria wonderful team involved in this migration plan. And so what you do is you literally orchestrate this to happen with the least amount of downtime. And I do respect with the multiple types of tortilla that there is a challenge in the transition. So what most people in food processing do is they do a combination of things. They build a little bit ahead. We can't do way ahead because we're making tortillas that have a shelf life. But we do some of that, and then we do some outsourcing to friends in the industry, and that is quite normal. I'm not saying easy, normal. So what you do is you really minimize the downtime from the concept, let's say today, to in and operating. So the points that I think are important to meet is, you know, a side issue, but I think it's important for you to understand. The original Sullivan Workman D project was moving a major complex rubber manufacturing facility. And if you really want to look at it, it's not much different than a bakery, in this case, the rubber job we did. But back to your answer, I think that the process is to do good planning, have the right vendors, and UT mentioned earlier, as the process goes, Caltrans allows for adjustments relative to things that may raise its head relative to the cost of metal going up, or circuit boards going up, or, oh my gosh, this inspector is really tough and I have to add a restroom downstairs to really meet every bit of code. So I think that what we look to do is to get good, solid contractors and experts to support the cost of a supportive transition. But that's really what we do all the time. I hope that was helpful.
Yeah. Can I respond to that?
Yeah.
We're dealing here with a business that makes flour tortillas for delivery the day they're making them, or the next day at the latest. These are perishables. In order to have the quality of the food that they deliver to their customers, they deliver to restaurants in markets. They have to be ready and used, you know, right after they make them, they deliver them. They don't wait around for weeks or months.
And let me say this, the work we've done is with Mother Butler Pies, with Vandy Camps that does thousands of tortillas, Taco Bell Commissary. The concepts you're bringing up, we're fully familiar with, number one, and we use the experts to support that transition. We're fully understand food processing. We've done millions of square feet of food processing in every aspect. So what you're sharing, you're right. And what you're sharing would be supported in a detailed migration with the right experts and the right permits, et cetera.
We all know that Vandy Camps hasn't been in business for, 40 years?
That's not true.
And that...
Commissioner, Mr. Cummings, I'm going to cut you off. Commissioner Villegas, did you have any follow-up on that?
I'm going to not ask any more questions. I'm good for now. Thank you.
President Pro Tem Davis?
Hey, thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity. So what I've heard here is that we have a motion before us for $1.4 million to offer to the Gloria, and that this $1.4 million is hardly adequate for them to make a smooth transition from 3285 to 3455, and that there are some additional dollars that would be needed. And since we've had the testimony of both sides, at best it has left me confused about how the laws apply to a solution to the problem that is before us. One is I wanted to understand, because my understanding in the past was that according to the laws, we have to take the lesser fee. Is that pretty correct, Mr. Jimenez?
Yes, it's a lower cost of substitute equipment or the cost to move the equipment. We're bound to pay the lesser of that.
Now, the cost to move the equipment comes from a bid that we get from someone to modify the equipment, that bid would have come from LaGloria and their representatives. Is that correct?
So typically, yes. So when we first start a project, we ask the displacee, please give us some bids, and if they feel like substitute equipment is going to be less expensive, they'll give us 2 bids, one to move and one to buy substitute equipment. And so we looked at that, and subsequent to that, so currently today, what we did to validate LaGloria's numbers, we hired JBA. We said, JBA, are these numbers right? What does it really cost to move the tortilla factory, and what does it cost to buy substitute equipment? So instead of talking about 3 years ago or 5 years ago, we're talking about what's in front of us today. In front of us today, JBA says that the equipment could be moved for $1.4 million, and that's less than what it costs to buy substitute equipment. So
and just by moving this equipment, and you're saying that when we have this kind of a circumstance with our businesses, that we just give them the lesser fee. Now, I heard Barry say that his vision was primarily to help make businesses whole, to keep them in business. We have no such vision. Is that correct?
No. So our hope and our desire is to have LaGloria continue to prosper.
Okay.
And what we try to do at the same time is comply with all the laws. That if we don't follow the law,
tell me about fast forward to how you're going to make them whole and how you're going to make them prosper. Fast forward to there.
Sure. So let's just say today the board approves $1.4 million. The owner would have to enter into a contract with a contractor, and the contractor, like for instance, JBA's contractors, Casco or whoever, which one of those, they say, you could do it for $1.4 million. They enter into a contract, we review the contract, we approve the amount, and the contractor starts work today or tomorrow. And they'll do some advance work at the corn factory, and they'll start looking at what needs to be modified at the flour operation, and they'll say, okay, we could get ready to move the First Street property. So when it's ready, we'll have all the equipment and modifications ready. So over a weekend, they're going to move the machines, reconnect them, because now by then they have the outlets, they have the water, the air necessary to reconnect the machines. So over a weekend, the contractor would finally move the machines, and LaGloria's up and running.
Now, how does that make them to a position of where businesses are? Because people are in business to make money, right? So how does what we do help get them to a position where they can be where their competitors are, which is where they are now when they were operating? So having said what you said, how does that help them restore their position in terms of being a Tortilla?
So LaGloria has made a business decision. I have a corn operation. I'm going to bring over my flour operation.
Right.
So they're going to be making tortillas on Friday, and days after, it's up and running again. So in terms of production capability, that's what our goal is. We're going to, the same machines that make 10,000 tortillas a day are going to make 10,000 tortillas a day.
So you're virtually saying that for 1.4, you can make them whole again and make them operable at the level that they currently operate. Is that correct? That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
And I would think that they are saying something different. They're saying they cannot be made whole by that, correct? Is that what you understand them to say?
Yes. They say that it won't work.
Let me ask you this, and I'm going to ask them.
One quick clarifying point on that. The folks who are saying it won't work is the actual bidder who has an interest in this decision.
Well, both people have interest. The person I'm talking to has an interest. I work with the city, but he has an interest in negotiating, right? And what does he want to do? Hold on. A negotiator wants to get as less as they can. But what I'm looking for is not what both parties want. I'm looking for what is a vision to keep businesses operating. because that's what our goal is. Our goal is, on one hand, certainly as a city administrator, we want to cost the city as less as we can, and I'll put a quote behind that because sometimes we don't cost them.
No.
However, on the other hand, we are an environment where we embrace businesses. So to put them out of business, then we have some unemployment. How much does that cost us? So nevertheless, I will come to the other party in a minute to ask them point blank, but my question for Mr. Jimenez and my follow-up here is, I mean, you have told me you think that 1.4 you can make them whole again, and I will deal with their answer in 1 minute. But what I also like to know is, there was some discussion about some of the incidentals such as electricity reimbursements. Are there anything in this whole formula called reimbursements for which companies can be reimbursed?
Yes. So let me just
ask you this then. Let me ask you this. Did the company submit to us a request for a reimbursement for electricity?
No, that's not how it works. I just want to make one point very clear. None of this is subject to negotiations. The city is bound to pay what it costs.
It's by federal law.
If it's $2 million, we pay $2 million. If it's $3 million, if it's all reimbursable, the city's going to get all that money back.
Sure.
So it's not correct to say that we're trying to get a low number. That is incorrect. We're not.
Well, let me clarify that.
We're not.
My understanding. Let me clarify that, and you correct me if I'm wrong. When I met with you, you told me that we would look at how much it costs to get new equipment versus what the lowest bid is, and we would take the lowest bid.
Yes.
Okay, so that's, well, hold on. So with that concept, that's what I was attempting to explain. If I did not do it correctly, that to me, in Mike Davis's conceptualization, that's getting the lowest fee, as I see it. Now, other board members may not, other board members may differ with me, and they are welcome to do so. But my point is, according to what I understood, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the law requires us to take the lesser fee of the two. Is that correct?
You're 100% correct.
That's what I thought, and that's what I said. Now let me move forward.
Yes.
I wanted LaGloria to elaborate in terms of the policy that we have. We are also operating under a policy. And my understanding, and he confirmed for me once again, Mr. Jimenez did, in the policy as I understand it, it requires us to take the lesser of the offers between the bid versus how much it would cost to move the equipment. If the equipment is the lesser, my understanding, and I'm always open for correction, my understanding is, according to the policy, we are to take the lesser of the two. I wanted you to elaborate if you were aware of the policy from which we have to operate. Mr. Cummins, feel free.
Yes, we're definitely aware of that, sir. And it's our position, so you'll understand it. And I have Mr. Ruiz here, and I think he really needs to talk to you about how the whole concept, they're saying that this is going to be seamless, that they can move this, they can recondition this property, these equipment at the current location, and then you can just pick it up and move it, and in a few days it's going to be working on First Street. That's simply impossible. But in the whole concept of being able to go out and get substitute tortillas to send to your customers, I really, if you don't understand that, I mean, I'll be glad to have Mr.
No, I'm hearing you. I hear you clearly. And
see, it's our position that what they're saying, as Mr. Savark said, and see, they disavowed Mr. Savark when Mr. Savark came back with too big of a number. Okay, they wanted somebody who would support their low number, and when they didn't get it from Mr. Savark, boy, they backed away from him as quick as they could. But Mr. Savark said that it would take a miracle to be able to take that equipment from the Cesar Chavez property
and put it in the First Street property and modify it to comply with the law. You know, that's not going to happen.
Okay, let me just say this. My understanding is from Mr. Jimenez that they would try everything humanly possible to make sure that that was a smooth transition. And I know it's easy for us to sit in this meeting and to conjecture what could possibly happen, but it has an adverse or negative impact upon the businesses if it does not happen. So my question now is, Mr. Jimenez, or whomever would like to answer my question, what is it that we can do in terms of being able to suffice to making LaGuardia whole other than what we're currently doing? Here's what I understand before you even answer my question. I understand that in terms of public policy, the board can support this motion or we don't have to vote for it. Now, if we don't vote for it, I don't know what will happen. However, what I'd like to find out from you is what other incidentals are available, what other remedies, what other resources in the city of Los Angeles are available for a business like this. I have not heard, before you answer my question, of any other businesses over the last couple of years coming to us that are having a problem with our decision in terms of what we have offered coming before the appeals board. Now, that either means to me we are either successfully negotiating with those businesses or we ain't negotiating successfully with this one. So with that, can you answer my question?
Sure. Going back to the notion of negotiation, we have to pay actual reasonable numbers to our costs, okay,
and necessary.
You got that. So
yes, sir.
And so we believe that. So let's just say we approve $10 million, but it only costs $1.5 million. We're not going to give them $10 million. So it has to be actual, right? And so, so what we believe will make, as you say, and I don't like to use the word whole because the regulations don't really lean that way. So
right, and when I say that, and I understand you, and I'm working with you on that thought,
yeah.
I just want to make sure that we don't harm people as a result of eminent domain. And you know, the law does say, and I know you don't agree with me when I say we go for the lesser cost, but you've confirmed that my end result is the same, which is it is the lesser cost.
Yes, it is.
So by taking this, my question to you is, are there any resources available in our environment that might be available as a board member? I would want to know. I don't want us, obviously, we always are going to comply with the law. But I also want to go further than that because the issue comes before this board. And you have done all you can do, but we haven't done all we can do because we haven't voted for this yet.
Right.
And we can vote for it or we can vote against it.
Right.
But then there may be some other options. I would like to have this discussion with you about what all of these options are.
So the option would be that by saying that 1.4 won't make them whole, we got to give them some other resources, right? But we believe that $1 million.
I don't want to give them anything. I just want to make sure that they can operate at the level they operated before.
And we
I don't consider that giving them.
Can he answer? Can we let him answer?
Yeah. But Mr. Chair, let me deliberate to get the results I want. I have an art to my work.
Yeah,
Thank you, sir.
I'd like to hear the answers.
He's coming with it. Thank you, sir.
We believe that the $1.4 million is going to put La Gloria where it's at today. So we could look for resources, but we believe that they would be more than what is necessary. So, so I'm arguing against myself if I say, oh, we have 10 other resources or 2 other resources we could go to, because we believe that 1.4 is enough to do that. If it was $2 million was necessary, we would approve $2 million. If all of that was eligible. We're not interested in a number. We want to make sure that when we get audited, that the feds say that this is fully reimbursable money. You did the correct thing. We're going to give you back all of the money that you gave LaGloria. If we say we feel like $2 million is a better number, then the city would be on the hook for the delta. They might participate on $1.4 million, or they'll say, you did it wrong, you got to give us $2 million.
Sure.
So the whole amount is subject to the audit, not just the difference that we would pay more than we should.
But Uri, I think if there were cost overruns, and then I want Commissioner Coloso, who has not had a single moment to speak.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
If there are cost overruns, Mr. Jimenez, that are eligible, then LaGloria, let's say 1.4 million is spent, and X change or modification that is eligible under the law is discovered, then LaGloria would be able to come to the city with invoices and with proof of that need, and the money would be, we would have more money that would be reimbursable. Is that correct?
So if you give me 2 seconds, I'll give you the citation that allows for adjustments. So the way that Caltrans says is that we operate is that you can never know everything until you're done. And you do the final accounting, and you count every nail, every screw. This is how much it actually costs. Caltrans recognizes that the steel's going to go up, wire's going to go up, X amount of things are going to go up. And section 10.05.07.02 allows for what's called bid adjustments. So as whatever the agent sees and deems reasonable and necessary, actual reasonable and necessary, then as reasonable people, we would approve those adjustments. So the regulations allow exactly for that, President Good.
So Commissioner Coloso, would you like to ask some questions?
Thank you, President Good. I think this is the one.
Excuse me, could we just have a 5-minute bathroom break?
Yeah, we can, actually. Except I'd like for Commissioner Coloso, who just had her first opportunity, to say what she was going to say.
No, that's okay. I'm fine with taking a break and starting once we get back.
Thank you.
We will return at 3:30. Hope everyone is able to breathe a bit. All right. Thank you, Dr. Campos. Can we reestablish quorum, please?
Absolutely. Fernando Campos, Executive Officer. It is 3:35 p.m. Reestablishing quorum and roll call for the Relocation Appeals Board. We have Chairman Good, we have Commissioner Garcia, Commissioner Davis, Commissioner Villegas, and Commissioner Coloso. Chairman Good, you do have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Okay. Commissioner Coloso.
Thank you, President Good, and thanks everyone who's still joining us today. I know it's been a really long deliberation process so far, but I appreciate the presentations by both the Bureau of Engineering as well as the LaGloria side. I do have some follow-up questions that I wanted to first direct to Mr. Malowitz. One of the questions that I had, just because I know one of the points that was most recently mentioned by some of my colleagues that we were kind of going back and forth on, was just the actual bid amounts that we've received. Can you kind of go over again our process for validating the bids and kind of why we solicited the bids that we did, and from who, and kind of what interests are there from the different bids that we received? And I'll ask you some clarifying questions as well.
Well, I'm going to pass that back to Mr. Jimenez because he's quarterbacked the process of doing that. I do point out that, I don't know, we've mentioned, LaGloria is not required to use the bidders that Bob Berry has identified. those bids are used to set the budget, but LaGloria is able to use people of its choosing, just the way it chose to move its flour tortilla lines to its First Street location rather than some other location it might have rented. Anyway, but let me let Mr. Jimenez respond to that question about the bids.
Let me just pause right there really quick, Mr. Malowitz. I think you bring up a point that I didn't maybe recognize. So you're saying that LaGloria could essentially pick the contractor that they initially mentioned that they preferred. I'm forgetting their name right now since we've mentioned so many contractor names in the duration of the last 5 hours, but that's their choice once a budget is approved, which is what we're deciding on today.
Yes, and Mr. Jimenez could respond to how that gets worked out if that contractor comes in higher than the budget we've set. You're muted, Uri.
To answer your question about how the bids came about, so as I mentioned earlier, we're not experts on the 1,000 kinds of businesses and operations that exist throughout the city. So we can hire somebody to help us to understand what it is that's in front of us, so that we can understand whether the bids are reasonable that have been submitted to us. And even the board did this when they hired OPC. The board hired OPC, which is a relocation company which has many experts in relocation. The board a few years ago hired OPC, and OPC tried to gain access to the property to validate the bids that were in front of it and to possibly prepare new bids. This was years ago. The city had to go to court to, and Bob Malowitz could talk to that, had to go to court to get access to the properties, which the city owned. So because LaGloria did not cooperate, OPC was not able to give us complete bids at the time. So as time went on, and we had no other option. We couldn't go onto the property. So we made a request that the board, because we needed to move at LaGloria, and the only way we could get them to do anything is to have a resolution about the relocation. So on June 2nd, we recommended that the board deny all the money that may have been available to LaGloria, and that's when LaGloria actually led us on to actually validate the bids for us to understand what's in front of us. How much does it really cost? And JBA has provided us 2 bids that say that, more importantly, that the equipment can't be moved and reconnected and operate once again. I hope I answered your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Jimenez. And so just to restate what I heard is that the city, we're neutral on the part of what it actually costs. We just want the price that's validated, that's the lesser of the costs, because that's what we are bound to by what we will be reimbursed by from the federal government. And Caltrans is the agency that oversees our budget for those funds for this project.
Correct.
Okay. And so I'm not done with my questions. Mr. Cummings has been very patient for the last 5 hours, and I would like to finish my questions.
I apologize.
Thank you. And Mr. Malowitz, if you can just also, can you, and maybe this is better for Mr. Jimenez, I defer to one of you, what exactly is the role of Mr. Gates in this? Can you just share? I think we heard about it a little bit. Maybe we can also hear from Mr. Cummings, but we'd like to hear from you. So he is actually the contractor that would be getting paid to do this work. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes. Yes. So, like in any relocation, we ask the owner to provide us with multiple bids and to evaluate the validity of the 2 bids. And Gates is one of the bidders. And some of the work that he did was inappropriate because South Coast is another construction company. And rather than South Coast sending the bid directly to the city, as they're supposed to do, they sent it to Gates. And so Gates had the benefit of his bid and the South Coast bid, which is normally not done when you have two competing bidders and one getting some foreknowledge or advantage about what the other bid is. Normally, those bids come directly to the city. So Gates is an interested person.
Yeah, I was going to ask Uri, how is Bob Berry different than Randy Gates in his position here?
Bob Berry, in this case...
Not qualifications. I'm not asking about that.
So Bob Berry is not an interested party because he's not going to get the construction contract. If LaGloria decides that JBA is the right fit for LaGloria, they can hire JBA or any of its contractors or anybody else. And Bob Berry does do this kind of work, and they're experts in this kind of work. So LaGloria may be interested in hiring them, but that's not what his work depends on. Whereas Gates has over $500,000 vested in this decision.
Thank you for sharing that. I thought that was, for me, just a piece I wanted to pick out a little bit more and better understand, because we're hearing a lot of numbers being thrown out about what number is reimbursable, what number, do we feel like would make a business whole, right? And there's also many sides of this, one of which I think we've heard is a neutral party in this, and then another side, which is an interested party that would stand to benefit from the final amount that is approved. And so I just want to make that distinction clear to my colleagues, because I think it's an important one about what we're voting on and who is advocating for what and why. And so for me, I wanted to make that very clear, and I appreciate, again, everyone's work on this so far. The other thing that I also just wanted to put on the record as well was that, during the presentations earlier today, there were some personal attacks made. And I just wanted to note that I did not appreciate that, especially attacks made specifically by the presentations from the other side, the plaintiff or Mr. Cummings, attacking, specifically Bureau of Engineering staff, who we know nothing to be but the utmost professionals with my experience working with them, specifically you, Mr. Jimenez. And so I just wanted to say that for the record, that I'm sorry you had to be put through that, and we had to watch what I found to be very uncomfortable clips of what happened many years ago that I didn't find added that much substance to the decision that's being made before the board today. And that's why I want us to continue to stick to the facts about what it is we're actually deliberating. And I don't want to go further down the rabbit hole on some of the other issues and belabor the points that have already been made, but I do want to take a moment to step back and just look at this project on a much more macro level and bring about a few more points that hopefully my colleagues will find very helpful as we look at this issue before us today. I know that this project, again, has been going on for many years now, and in the board report presented by the Bureau of Engineering, there was stated that there were multiple properties that had to be purchased by the City of LA for this project to advance. And what's before us today is one of those properties. And so this is just more for my contacts as well, is can you, Mr. Jimenez or Mr. Malowitz, whoever is most appropriate to answer this question, can you explain what those other properties were, and were they relocated or not?
So there's two full acquisitions, La Gloria and another tortilla factory by chance called La Jolla. And La Jolla has purchased the property and is in the process of relocating. And a third property is a little corner cut on the southeast corner of the project, and that's a property that we're in the process of condemning. It's just a corner cut, 230 feet, and we believe we'll have possession of that about the same time that we anticipate getting possession of La Gloria. So an interesting anecdote about this, La Jolla property, is a tortilla factory. They don't make flour, they make corn there. On one of my visits to that property, I saw a tarp over a big machine. It was a big tortilla making machine. And I asked the owner, who was accompanying me at the time, what that was. He said it was a tortilla making machine. And they were testing out another machine inside the tortilla factory. And I asked him how they brought it up, and he said how they moved everything. He said he got a few of his workers, and they moved the machine from Vernon and installed it over a weekend. Obviously, this is not what we're asking for now, but I think in my mind, I picture this as a possible thing. If non-expert movers can move a tortilla machine over a weekend, reconnect it, and I saw the tortillas coming out of the oven over a weekend, I'm sure that the contractors that Bob Berry has consulted as experts can do this work.
And thank you, Mr. Jimenez. And so that relocation is a successful relocation, it sounds like, with tortillas?
No. So that was just a in-house project that they did over a weekend. So their actual relocation is ongoing.
Got it. Okay. But it sounds like the progress for that relocation is going smoothly.
Yes.
Okay. And I wanted to share that because I think that's really important context when we think about what it is we're voting on and examples of similar situations that our city team is navigating to move projects forward. Because I know that there's a lot of things that have been said about, supporting our small businesses or minority-owned businesses. I don't want to speak for my colleagues, but I know that so many of us do that work, and we care about the community, we care about small businesses, and we care about making sure they thrive. And I have only ever heard our city team try to get to that progress to make sure that companies like La Gloria are successful. And I just wanted to restate that and reiterate that because I think it's come up a few times about what this could or could not potentially do for a business. And the other thing that I wanted to point out as well is in a few years ago when we had the city originally offered $2.4 million, is that correct, Mr. Jimenez, for the relocation? It sounds like there was actually an offer to advance $1.2 million or 50% in advance to make sure that we are mindful of the costs and that financial burden that it could have on a small business. Is that true, that that's something that could be on the table?
Absolutely. So it's called to reduce hardship. The federal government, the state government recognizes that relocation is a hardship, and we understand that as well as anybody. It's a hardship whether you're moving from an apartment, from a house, obviously from a business. It's a hardship. And Caltrans typically allows up to 50% of the money to be advanced in order to mitigate any hardships caused by relocation.
Okay. And so thank you for sharing that, Mr. Jimenez. I know that's something I'm certainly interested in making sure that we set La Gloria up for success in terms of making sure that, the funds that we're able to advance to them so that they can have a successful relocation is something I know I'm interested in, and I know it's something that the Bureau of Engineering is interested in since you put that option forward many years ago. Those are the additional points that I wanted to add to the conversation in addition to what my colleagues did already. I'm going to yield the rest of my time, but I do want to pass it over to President Good to actually, because I know we've had now almost 6 hours of deliberation, to actually restate, if possible, what it is we're actually voting on, because I know that a lot has been said, but I'm going to yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Caloza. I do think, and I think that was really helpful. It is important to step back. There's lots of implications with eminent domain. Uri Jimenez did not make the decision to eminent domain these properties. That was made a long time ago. And then he is the point, along with Janelle, on staff to do that. And the Bureau of Engineering and the Real Estate Division are subject to federal law and state law that say you've got to be able to justify all expenses. You don't negotiate. You get bids from the people who are moving or not moving, and then you solicit bids as well. And those bids are not then sort of negotiated. They become the budget. And then the budget is what is awarded. And then to President Pro Tem Davis's point, in terms of what else the city can do, it's really less about what the city can do. It's more about what can be justified under federal law. And so if the budget is exceeded by eligible reimbursable costs, then that's what the city can do. Is actually we give more money, is what it amounts to. And though by federal and state law we're not actually required to make a business whole, under federal and state law, as long as the business can justify the expenses consistent with the law, then we are obligated to give them that money. What we're voting on, in other words, is not a set in stone number relative to what needs to happen. We're voting on a budget that was established by a set of bids. If in the process of relocating, it ends up that that budget was insufficient, then LaGloria has every opportunity to submit for more money, is what it amounts to get the job done. So we don't just say, hey, see it, don't want to be it. They have the opportunity to say, we had to do X, we had to do Y, we had to do Z. This is reimbursable under federal law and under state law. Here are the invoices. City, pay, and we will be obligated to pay. And what we're voting on is whether or not to accept that budget. Now, what we've heard also on the other side is we've heard from, notably, mostly, although we did get to hear from Ms. Bear and Ms. Ruiz, but mostly what we've heard from is, frankly, another contractor who wants this business and who has a financial interest. And just from my own personal take, I am troubled anytime anybody vying for business is their main means for justifying a decision in favor of them. They literally go company by company by company and discredit every single one of them with extremely sweeping statements. They don't know what they're talking about. They didn't ask the right questions. I don't know what they know how to do. Literally going line by line through every single one of the people that Mr. Berry got bids from and just sweepingly said, they don't know what they're doing, but I do. So you need to choose me. That's what we got as the juxtaposition to the report that is in front of us. And what is in front of us is predicated on a solicitation from the Bureau of Engineering for a ultimately disinterested party. JBA is not guaranteed at all to do this work. They don't do this work. They didn't say that they do this work. What they do is they solicit bids for all the different pieces of the work, which they did. Now, we can decide that JBA, we don't like JBA, or we don't trust JBA. I don't feel that, and nothing I've heard from JBA, which, by the way, despite Mr. Berry's company being also thrown under multiple buses, frankly, by Mr. Gates and Mr. Cummings, I've yet to hear Mr. Berry once attack or suggest anything negative about anybody here. Yet he has over and over been literally discredited as a professional. We've been told that he has no idea what he's doing. We've been told that he's breaking the law, despite the fact that he's actually not vying for the business. He's already been paid to get these bids. We should all recognize that. He's been paid to get the bids. And then we're being told that he's breaking the law and lying, and he's somehow doing something unscrupulous here. Now, we can disagree with the number, we can disagree with all of it, but let's just be clear. We have somebody who wants the business who's saying this person who doesn't have a financial interest in the business is a lawbreaker and an unscrupulous liar. And I find that distasteful and inappropriate. So let's just be clear about what's in front of us on the report. The Bureau of Engineering solicited, they got basically a consultant on moving to get a whole host of bids. By the way, bids on relocation and new equipment. It's all in front of us. We've got tons of exhibits, and they're all right in front of us. And then says, these are the bids we got. This can be your budget. If it doesn't work, keep the invoices, show us what's reimbursable, make sure it applies to federal law, and come back to us because you're going to owe us the money. And you know what? We'll owe them the money. So that's actually what we're voting on. We got 8 years of drama, and we can all spend another 8 hours here talking about that. But what's in front of us is an established budget for them to do this however they want to do it. If they want to give that money to Mr. Gates, if they want to give that money to Mr. Cummings, if they want to give that money to all the bidders that Mr. Berry laid out, it's all their choice. As long as they can justify it the same way we have to justify it when we get audited. Because we're going to have to justify it under the law too. And so then we have to make sure that they can justify it to us so that we can justify it when we're audited. So I feel like that's what we're voting on, is we're voting on a budget. We're not voting on an award. We're not voting on a negotiated amount. We're voting on a budget for them to do the relocation in the way that they chose to do it. They chose to do it in their own shop as opposed to La Jolla, who went and they took the condemnation money and they bought another joint, or they rented another place and then they're moving machines. So we're saying this is your budget to do it how you want to do it, and that's what's in front of us. So I will ask if other folks have additional questions. Vice President Garcia.
Yes, thank you, President Good, and I appreciate my colleagues' questions. They made it obviously much more clear. I'm going to go back on a couple things because and before I even do that, can I get then a clarification on our voting item number 4? Because this is what I'm reading. I'm reading 2, what we're voting on number 2 is deny LaGloria's appeal and determine LaGloria's relocation benefits by approving the lowest bid of 1.4 by John Berry and Associates. But then number 4, it talks about confirm that the previously approved relocation budget of $2.475 million, not to exceed $3 million, is adequate to relocate La Gloria, and the funds may be used to reimburse La Gloria's approved relocation expenses. Can you guys explain that to me in a very simple way? Because I want to understand what all this is.
I can fill in the gaps. So after the original $4.2 million bid that was proposed, and we did an analysis, city, and we came up with 2.475 eligible. We said this is eligible. We make a determination like that, and we do it all the time. We review bids, we analyze them, we say this much of it is eligible, and so we asked the board to approve that number after we did. After we analyzed it, we made a recommendation to the board, and understanding that there would be adjustment, we asked the board to make it a not to exceed number of $3 million. So that money has been set aside for years. And so what we're asking the board today is to just we want to assure the board that the money has been reserved and that we can use that money to pay for La Gloria now.
Okay, so with that said, Udi, the 1.4 comes out of that 3 million budget.
So, yes.
So, okay.
Correct.
But we, based on Bob Berry's estimate, are only saying that the cost of the move is 1.4 million.
Correct.
But we have up to $3 million based on our legal requirements to be able to give or provide that to La Gloria, right?
Correct. Correct.
And we're not doing that because our consultant, who got paid already, so I understand he has no interest, he's paid, he's good, Mr. Bob Berry, who it has nothing to do with qualification, none of that. Everybody here is well qualified to be where we're at. Mr. Berry, based on his collection of bids, the lowest bid there came to 1.4.
Correct.
Okay, and I'm going through this because I'm still trying to, I asked for clear numbers and I'm still not getting clear numbers. So I need to kind of go through it in my head so that I can understand what I'm voting for or not. Okay, so we're saying that 1.46 includes equipment, whether it's new or used, or same equipment just transferred to the other place, or new equipment, right? Whatever, the Gloria, for the sake of this argument right now. 1.4 includes the equipment plus the transferring fees and modifications?
No.
No,
So
okay, good.
It's either the lesser of the two. How much it costs to move the equipment, or how much does it cost to buy equipment? Buying equipment, according to us, is $3.4 million, and moving the equipment is 1.4.
Moving the existing equipment, or
Correct.
The current one, okay. And we are saying that we want to give them 1.4 to move the current equipment. And we are also saying that by them moving them, they are not going to suffer an impact.
Correct.
Okay, and all we're saying, and all of this will happen on a 1.4 note.
Correct.
Okay, so that's clear to me now. Okay, so it's okay. So going back to President Good's point right now, if at the point that La Gloria chooses to move their current equipment to the new site, comes to more than 1.4, we have up to 3 million that we can still provide. Am I right or wrong about that?
So there's no limit if it's actual, reasonable, and necessary. There's no limit.
So with that, Udi, with that, what you just said right now, technically then, if, obviously, there's, if Mr. Cummings and La Gloria's estimate is 6 point something, right? Then technically we could approve that, right?
Yes, and then we'd have to find the money somehow.
We have to find the money somehow, which is what my colleague's point was, right? With Teresa, my colleague Villegas, and David. We have to find that money somewhere, right? Because we are going to hook for it now.
That's right.
When the audit comes and
As soon as we displace somebody, we can't say, oh, how much does it cost? We're displacing them, and we have to pay all eligible, actual, reasonable, and necessary funds. So for us, so Caltrans and the Fed say, well, what do you mean you don't have enough money? That's your problem. Once you displace somebody,
Gloria, right? In this point, to La Gloria, right?
To us, city says, look, if you're displacing somebody, you got to pay relocation money. And if it costs more than you got to find more money.
Okay, so
That's on the city.
Right, based on that, what we're arguing right now is, and please correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm like my colleague, Commissioner Davis, we're open to that, and I know that I'm not, always right on what I'm thinking, but based on that, what we are really deciding right now is whether Mr. Gates, Mr. Gates or Ms. Cummings' budget is correct, or Mr. Berry's budget is correct. And that is determined justified by the federal law, right?
Correct.
So have we submitted these budgets to our federal entity? Because what I feel like this is happening is that we have to make a decision on who's right and wrong, or who's better than that. And so I understand the fight over who has more qualifications or not. And, that's not our job to figure that one out.
Right.
But our job is to figure out who has the correct numbers, right?
Right.
Who, and we need to be fair too.
Correct.
And based on the way our board has functioned for the past couple of years, is that we encourage and we want small business to thrive, 100%. We're under an equitable budget, and we are pushing for more equitable for minorities and communities of okay, got it. So I understand this whole entire project started many years ago, not by us, Board of Public Works, but by the request of the Department of Transportation, who felt that piece of land needed to be improved because
of the roundabout.
But why did it need to be improved?
So it need to be acquired and demolished.
Right, but why did we, so what I know that I'm probably gonna, Ted or somebody else gonna cut me right now, but why in the first place did we want to improve that section? Was there a threshold of accidents, of congestions, and so forth? I mean, that's besides the point, but it makes sense to me, because I'm about route. So I want to know why we even started this eminent domain. Like, was there a threshold on data? Was there a lot of traffic? Was there crashes? What was the whole point of revitalizing this section?
Ted,
Commissioner, let me just jump in. So
I knew you were going to jump in, so go ahead.
No, it's okay. Listen, context, background, it's all very fair, a good question, because what are we talking about here? Project overview is actually summarized in the Bureau's report. So for the benefit of all of the parties, including the commissioners here, the project overview, and I'm looking at it now. It's on page 2 of the report. It does describe this 5-legged intersection in the Boyle Heights community that access to it through the intersection is it's a complex intersection, and there's been some hazardous vehicular traffic situations. I'm not a traffic engineer, but the city has some very good ones in the Department of Transportation. And they propose to reconfigure this intersection, this complicated intersection, 5 ways into the traffic circle configuration, which is the project that the city is moving forward with. And so I don't want to misstate what's in the report, but I think the report does give a very good summary, which directly answers your question. So I hope that's helpful.
It does. For my process thinking, it does. I need to know why we even got started with this situation in the first place. And because I couldn't be briefed on it, I would have asked, that would have been really my basic question. So
that's testimony in this hearing said the City Department of Transportation initiated the move.
Got it. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. So it wasn't us, but now we're down. We are the one bearing the decision at this point because of so many, kind of complications the past couple years. Right. Okay. Got it. And all of this is just getting me to the point where I can be clarified all of this. So now I'm going to move into the amounts because there's so many back and forth that I need to know. Udi, when we as a city went out and said we want bids, our lowest amount was a 1.4, right? By who?
Was that Casco, Bob, or? That was Casco.
Casco.
Casco
Okay.
is the name of the construction company.
So Casco is the bidder who is saying they can do all this for 1.4.
Correct.
Okay. And that the one again, I'm sorry, Udi, I'm gonna ask this one more time. The 1.4 it includes everything: moving equipment, modifications, permits,
Yes.
impact of business.
So impact of business is not a relocation item.
It includes all the, I'm sorry to interrupt, it includes all the eligible reimbursable expenses. I
Okay.
think as Uri was saying, there will be expenses associated with this move in addition to what we can reimburse. So just to be clarifying, it's everything it's a budget for everything that's reimbursable.
Got it. But based on our number 5 that we are going to vote on today, be whatever our final determination, it's a final action, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So if we were to say, yeah, I'm not saying this is what we're saying, but I'm just saying if we were to say 1.4, it's a reasonable accommodation for La Gloria to move 1 mile down, we're done, right?
Yes.
According to number 5.
Yes.
So how can they come back and ask for reimbursement?
But Uri and Mr. Malowitz, just I want to clarify, like, we're done unless, let's be
They
clear,
have some expenditures.
unless additional eligible expenditures emerge, then they can come to us for reimbursement of those eligible expenditures.
That's correct.
That is correct, but that's not on here.
And we have up to $3 million set aside potentially for that.
So,
Mr. Garcia, it isn't on there, but that is how relocation law functions and functions whether or not you declare it to be so. So you don't need to make that additional finding.
Okay. Agreed, accept that. I don't know the relocation law either. I'm not an expert on that, so I wouldn't know that whether we can put it or not, it's on here or not. Thank you for that, though, Mr. Malowitz.
So, Commissioner, just to make it, I want to be clear about what I meant. We're done as far as the appeal process.
Right.
So that really just sets it off. If there are any adjustments needed down the road, it's a different discussion. But the action that the appeals board will take today will finalize the appeal.
And okay, thank you, Mr. Jimenez. And Mr. Cummings, is that the understanding of La Gloria's owners as well?
No, because among other things, we have their proposals, which don't include everything for the $1.4 million. They don't include the modification. And secondly,
hang on, Mr. Cummings. Udi, does the report include modifications?
So let's hear it straight from the horse's mouth. Yes. Bob?
Yes.
Can
Okay,
you confirm
Bob,
that?
can you tell me? And very short.
Yes.
Answers. I don't need long.
All the required modifications are included in the total budget that you have. Yes.
So 1.4. Mr. Cummings, you say no. And that is because?
Because I've read the budget.
And?
It doesn't include everything. Specifically says it doesn't include things. And it doesn't say that it's going to do everything to bring it up into to all the legal requirements in the state of California and in the county and city of Los Angeles. It doesn't say that.
It does. Okay, thank you for that. I just wanted to give a little display of how these little things do matter, because Mr. Cummings, you're saying that Bob's report does not include that, but Bob is saying it does include everything.
Can I add something? Can I add
I'm
something?
going to go with Jimenez and then Mr. Cummings.
So, as I said earlier, you can never know exactly what it's going to cost you.
Right.
Right? And this is in the report. These are straight out of Mr. Gates' report. Okay? This is what he says. On page 28, he says, both environmental bids are incomplete. This is Gates saying this about his own report. Okay? Well, let me finish.
Mr. Udi, can you answer that same with Bob's report? Are they both?
Yes. So, Bob can answer that question. But my point is, the only point I want to make is that Gates, in his own reports, names both design bids are incomplete. So it's just a function of construction. You can never know exactly what's going to happen. And so Gates, in his own reports, says that his bids are incomplete and are not valid, and that LaGloria wouldn't even sign off on his own bids. So
and Mr. Gates, give me 1 second, Jimenez. I'm so sorry, but I just need to get the right information in my head. Mr. Gates, is that true? You wouldn't sign off, or who? Yes, Mr. Cummings. I should ask Mr. Cummings. Actually, is that true that your team wouldn't sign off on Mr. Gates' report?
No, we'd sign his bid in right now.
Okay.
Let me say this. On Exhibit 42 in our binder that I gave you, on page 2, it lists the bid of Casco, which is page 2 of the bid of Casco. And among the things that are not included are permits, demo bonds, architectural services, structural engineering, insurance, owner software, and there are other items on the bid that are, or not the bid, it's the proposal that do not include certain items, and they do not state that there's no way. It's a 2-page bid. Look at it. It's a 2-page proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Cummings. Mr. Jimenez, can you answer that?
Sure. So the contractor does 10 things, but 20 things are needed. So what JBA did, the contractor is going to say, do the 10 things, and then he got bids from architects, he got bids from riggers, and he got bids from different people. So of course the contractor is not going to sign off on things that he's not going to do, and that's all it was.
Jimenez, legally, are we, based on the relocation law that I don't know, are we legally to pay the things that Mr. Cummings listed?
Yes. So you would.
Yes.
You would
hang on. But we're not. But we didn't include it in various.
Okay. Commissioner Garcia, I think we need to be a little specific when you say things he listed.
The items he just listed. So, for instance, I think he put engineering, insurance. I think he just called them off right now. And there are
permits, demo bonds, architectural services, structural engineering, insurance, and owner software.
Yes. Are we legally to pay for that when we relocate a business for our projects?
So those things are necessary for construction. You can't do construction without design.
Understood.
So yes, we are bound to pay for them, and JBA accounted for those things separately.
All the items, I think I might help you here. All the items that would be required in providing the relocation, the construction, the disconnect, move, reconnect, permitting, etc., are included in the bids. And then, which I think I pointed out earlier, I think it's good for everybody to know, is you have the bids that you can all look at, and then you can look at the budget, and at the bottom of the budget, there is 18% contingency.
I understand we put contingency on everything.
Okay.
So regardless, that would be in there regardless. So I just want to understand, and maybe Mr. Malowitz can answer this, are we legally bounded to pay for, and I don't have the list in front of me, but all the items that my colleague Villegas just stated?
The items, miscellaneous items 900. On the Casco bid, I can't answer that question by only looking at the Casco bid, because what I'm understanding Mr. Berry say is there were other bids in what he's collected that cover some of these services. So that's why Casco is not providing those services itself, so it's not part of its bid. So then the question really you're asking is, of those items, which ones are also bid on by other people?
No, that's not what I'm asking. Well, but thank you for that point, because now it clarifies a little more. Now we're talking about two different consultants, one that's going to do what the current 1.4 is, and another consultant that's going to do everything else that Commissioner Villegas stated.
everything, all of the
Mr. Berry
consultants.
solicited was, Mr. Berry got a bid from a general contractor, and then underneath that, sub-bids for the different pieces. And
Okay.
some of those things are peppered in with the different bids from the architect, from the different pieces within that. So there's,
Got it.
when they all say multiple bids, what we're saying, I think you're saying is a couple of bids from general contractors, and each of those general contractors, there's also sub-bids within that. And some of that list is incorporated not in Casco, but in some of the sub-bids.
So then, okay.
That's correct. And I think it's important to point out.
Mr. Berry, I'm gonna, hang on, I'm
Sorry.
stop, because it's not making sense to me if we go around this. So based on what Commissioner Good just said, or President Good, I'm sorry, what President Good just said, then are those elements included in the 1.4 budget?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
They are. Oh, so you're telling me that all those elements, plus the moving and the equipment, will come up to 1.4, but with the contingent that we can even go up to 3 million.
Okay, 3 million is just an administrative number. There's no limit on relocation. Zero.
Oh, that's right.
Zero limit on
It's eligible and
correct.
And
correct.
So would it be safe to say then, you know, we've been here at now 6 hours, you know, 2 more hours, 1 more hour is not gonna hurt us anymore. But a 1.4 is like a startup for the move?
No. This
it's
is
final.
This is what they did them not. They sharpened their pencils and say, I can do this work, because they're competing for the job. There was multiple companies, so they didn't say, oh, this is going to be a low number, because what if they can't meet that? You know, then they get in trouble.
No,
it's
I
a
understand
real number. It's a real number.
I know, I get it, but I think what we're missing here, and going back to the original point, is on a 1.4 budget, we're gonna have this multi-million-dollar company move its equipment according to our plan in a weekend, which I'm gonna be 100% Udi. I truly, you know, respect everything you always say, but on a weekend moving that, I just, you know, I can't even move my own room in a weekend. So I just don't see that really a possibility. But, you know, I'm not an expert on moving either. So I recognize that too. Now, what I'm just trying to really zone into my head is we are saying $1.4 million will cover the cost to going back to my colleague's point, to make this business whole. And whole, I know it's not a legal term, or there's no definition for whole, but to not have any impact for this company.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Oh, and unfortunately, well, you can say yes, Uri, but that's not the question in front of you to decide today, unfortunately.
But that's the
it's
question
what you're
that's going to
concerned
make
about.
sense, Mr. Malowitz, but that's the question that's going to make sense for me to make my decision.
I hear you, and I've heard that from Commissioner Davis and Commissioner Villegas as well.
So then obviously it's something we want answered.
Yes, and I was going to suggest, I mean, we are bound under relocation law within with constraints here that relocation law doesn't allow you to address the things you're concerned about. And maybe there's a way to fashion your decision today to request someone to come back to the board with additional sources of funds that might be available, if any are. But it's not part of the appeal today, unfortunately.
I understand.
I think that politically, looking at this issue and wanting to be comfortable that we know every option that's available, I appreciate Barry, who gave us his vision. He started out saying what could be possible. I appreciate Jimenez clarifying that if you have additional expenditures, that those will be dealt with. And I think that that is the light at the end of the tunnel here. Even though it's 1.4 million, if they have additional expenditures, as President Good had said, we can't condemn people because they think differently from us. The discussion here is to have a discussion. And so everybody needs to come to his or own comfortable spot about how they see this problem. And we all have to realize everyone is not going to see it like we see it. But in a democracy, one thing is sure politically. We can all arrive at the same conclusion once we respect where we all are coming from. We all come to City Hall, but we come down different roads to get there. But we all end up at City Hall. And so that's what this process is about. We're not Russia. We all are not going to jump at the same time and come to the same conclusion. So this is, I think, a good process.
Thank you.
If you care about small businesses, if you're familiar with East Los Angeles, you would be just as compelled than if you were from Fairfax and Jewish.
Yep.
It doesn't make a difference. And you're entitled to your expression.
Thank you,
I
Dr.
respect it. I respect it, and everyone else should respect it. And then just let me conclude by saying that my expectations in public service, some people have their own expectation. I respect those, but let me tell you what mine are. Mine are that we go above and beyond the call of duty. And so I'm going to ask questions about that. So when I ask a menace, what else can we do? That's because of what my values are for public service. What else can we do? Now, you got yours. I respect that. And just know what mine are. And so I appreciate you answering my question.
Thank you, Dr. Davis. I appreciate you saying those comments because Mr. Malowitz and everyone else, I'm sorry if I'm asking questions that are redundant, but like Dr. Davis just mentioned, it's the way for me to figure out what I'm comfortable with. And right now, as of right now, I'm trying to be small little questions and I just want small answers so that I can make the best decision. And I agree with Dr. Davis, above and beyond. We always try to go above and beyond, and I'm very honored to be in this position to make decisions in a city that I was born and grew up in. And by the way, I did live in Boyle Heights for a while, so I'm very familiar with this situation. I know what Cinco Puntos is. And by the way, I'm happy to see the rendering of the Cinco Puntos and still keeping the integrity of the Cinco Puntos. So thank you for that. So that was really good to know that that's going to stay. So I'm asking all of this because I just want to be comfortable when it's time for us to make a decision. And so having said that, what I hear clear though, and I don't want to lose sight of this though, because I think it is an important situation. What I'm hearing clear is that Casa Herrera, which La Gloria can decide to go with whomever, right? Based on the law, they can decide to go with Casa Herrera or whomever. I just want to say that it sounds like Casa Herrera seems to be the most appropriate and probably the only company that can really furnish, equip, maintain, construct, and continue to help La Gloria be a successful tortilla business, right? I mean, and you don't have to agree with me. I'm just saying that because I see that. It sounds like Casa Herrera is the appropriate person to keep them and that understands how their business runs, how the machine, they can do all of that. Got it.
Well, I would say that that's not necessarily true, and some of the other bidders might argue with us, saying that their machines would do the job just as well. So,
right, but I will say this, Uri, and there's many times that we give out contracts because of their expertise, because it's a very niche industry, because they've been doing it for years. I honestly think, all the other contractors can say whatever they want to say, but I honestly feel that if Casa Herrera has been with them for so many years, and there are different ways of doing tortillas. I mean, hello, I know, I grew up on tortillas. There's 1,000 ways you can do them. Restaurants do them in their own back office or whatever. So I get that, but I feel I almost think that Casa Herrera has kind of grown with this business, and so yeah.
I agree with you. So then that's a question, right? So Casa Herrera is substitute equipment, and they're the best substitute equipment company. Now the other part of the equation is it less expensive than moving the existing equipment?
Right.
And because it's more expensive, then we can't recommend that. That's why we're recommending that the board approve the relocation of the existing equipment.
Got it.
And Mr. Jimenez, I'd like to add briefly, I think that, again, the saving grace in the policy of supporting this is simply that if we are wrong, and we can be wrong like anyone else, you come in with the additional expenditures and they will be paid if we are wrong. The Bureau has made a decision that this 1.4 is adequate, and we're resting the support on that decision that the Bureau is making. However, the company is not put in a bind in any way if they can come up with what President Good said are the expenditures. And I think based upon that fact alone gives us the opportunity to consider this support for this. Right. Because we know that a business, of whom we also represent on behalf of the mayor, that they are put in a position to be operable as a business. I mean, all these terms about made whole, that's not what we mean. You know what we mean.
Yeah.
We mean not to be injured in any major way. And we believe that the mayor would want to have that kind of environment for businesses in his city. And so some of us have that concern to that end, and we all have various issues that we know that are important, and we all bring those to the table. So in a summary, Commissioner Garcia, I think the opportunity that the company has to bring those expenditures is critically important.
So let me just read one sentence, Commissioner.
And then, Mr. Jimenez, I'm going to go with you, and then Mr. Cummings, because he had his hand up, and then I'm going to wrap up my time.
Okay, so under the section that I mentioned earlier, 10.05.07.02, it's titled Bid Adjustments. And this is what Caltrans says. To your point, Commissioner Davis, complex moves are likely to require an adjustment to the work schedule or scope. So we all recognize that we're going to do the best we can to get the right number, but it may change. Caltrans recognizes it, the feds recognizes it, and we recognize it. So our best number is $1.4 million. For $1.4 million is a lot of money. Mm-hmm. And so, and we believe that that's adequate.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Mr. Cummings?
Yes, what I would ask is for Mr. Berry to cite to the document that he's referring to that says that Casco, which is their chosen low-price bidder, will in fact do everything that is required to relocate the 2 flour tortilla lines from Cesar Chavez to First Street and in compliance with all legal requirements, everything that the law requires. Because I didn't see that in the bid. And I would ask Mr. Berry to tell me on what line and page that is of the bid.
Thank you, Mr. Cummings. Mr. Berry, I'll let you answer, and then I'm going to wrap up my time.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, no, each of the bidders had a full, detailed request for proposal to include all the items that Mr. Cummings requested be included. And all of the bidders, not only the general contractors, but the architects, engineers, environmental, movers, riggers, all of them were provided the information to support the full relocation. All of them had a detailed request for proposal, and that's what they provided in the numbers they provided that we summarize here. Thank you.
May I respond?
Sure, Mr. Cummings, and I'm only saying that because I was going to have a follow-up question to Mr. Berry, but go ahead, Mr. Cummings.
Where is it on the Casco bid? They're the general contractor. Where is it that what they're going to do will in fact enable the flour tortilla equipment to be moved and modified so that it complies with all applicable laws at the First Street property and be operable? Where is that stated?
Go ahead, Mr. Berry.
Well, I'll repeat what I just said. All of them understood 100% of what...
But hang on, Mr. Berry, they understood, but they did not add it or has it been?
No, it's all included in their bid, is the answer to the question. All of the items that Mr. Cummings listed are included in the bid, and all of the people that bid have relocated like activity or much more complex activity.
Okay, yeah, I won't get into the certification, everybody, again. So you are stating, Mr. Berry, that the 1.4 includes everything that they can possibly, for now, acquire.
That's
For now.
eligible.
Yeah, yes, and as UD shared, as time evolves, if items are increased in price, as I mentioned earlier, the steel or the requirements, those would be able to come back for compensation.
Okay, that's all for me. Thank you, President Good, and I'm sorry to everyone that it took forever or it was long, but I just needed to get my own clarifications.
I just had one final question, Mr. President. May I ask it?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to know who supervises the work of the vendor who will do the work to transport the goods to 35, whatever those addresses are, to First Street.
Yeah.
Who supervises that work?
So ultimately, it's the city and us. So we're supposed to monitor the move.
Sure.
Not only to protect the city's interest, but because a lot of the displacees aren't familiar with the process about what, so we're there to help them through the process.
So that would be the Bureau of Engineering?
The Bureau of Engineering, yes.
Okay, so great. So now we know the Bureau of Engineering will oversee the contract that is had.
So just to be clear, the contract is normally between the displacee and the contractor. We're not party to the contract, but we will monitor the relocation.
Right.
Okay, that's good to know. That's an excellent question, Dr. Davis. Commissioner Villegas, any follow-up questions?
No, I just ask that we really keep the intent of the business and, we really look out for their longevity, being a part of Los Angeles since 1954.
Commissioner Colosa?
I don't have any further questions, but appreciate my colleagues' questions and everyone's time for today's really important deliberation.
Yeah, we're at 4:39, but I think it was all necessary and all critical. And I agree across the board with President Pro Tem Davis's point that we don't all have to agree, but we need to flesh stuff out. And this is exceedingly complex with high stakes.
I have one comment, and it truly is a comment. Just listening to everyone here. If we ask questions, it's not because we don't understand what we're reading and what we're hearing. It's further clarification, and I don't want our reputation to be discredited. And so I just say that with, just to put that for the record.
Well, I'm compelled to say, as the Racial Equity and Inclusion Officer for the Department of Public Works, that we welcome the feedback and expression of every employee at every level of work in the department, including at the board, and that the mayor backs that up.
Can I say something?
Who? Who said? Who asked that? Who?
It's Randy Gates. May I say something?
You've got 2 minutes. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate the discussion going back and forth, and I've heard how it's being discussed that it seems simple that after the board would approve a certain amount, if LaGloria was short money, that they would be able to ask for more money. And I would tell you that that doesn't happen in real life, not in my 40 years. It never happens. Mr. Jimenez talked about bid adjustments, okay? But what he didn't read was the part that I want to just quickly read to you, and then I'll be done. Why it's so hard to get a bid adjustment. It says here that bid adjustments are appropriate for those related to a change in the inventory or bizarre circumstances. I'm reading right out of the book. And on the next page, even more importantly, it says adjustments are not appropriate are those increased costs due to time and materials that should have been considered in the initial bid. And they go on to say, arrogantly, I think, anyone in business must accept a certain degree of risk, and the business profit is the reward for dealing with those risks. In other words, bid it all, bid it correct, bid it lump sum, and get it right, because you're not getting a bid adjustment. So for them to say, we are going to pay for the health department stuff. That's not a bizarre circumstance. That's something that should have been figured out in the beginning, is what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say about the other two general contractor bids is that they are so incomplete that they really just cannot even be considered. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barry, and then we're going to call the question.
Yeah, just very quickly, on the multiple eminent domain complex operations, whether it's printing or chemical or restaurant, most, over 50% of the activity we've had have had adjustments and have been approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barry.
I think it's important to note that as members of the Board of Public Works, that I would think that Commissioner Villegas, Commissioner Garcia, and Commissioner Davis are going to hold us to our words that we have said here today. Everything that you do is not written. It wasn't written when you got your job that you were going to do a good job. You may have said it, but it wasn't in the contract that in fact you were. You just came and did it. It didn't say that you would follow your cases through to completion and win every one of them, but you aim to do that anyway. So just know that for at least the three of us that I have heard here in this discussion today, we will be in contact. We will there's not against the law for us to make some calls to find out what's going on. And I would anticipate that that can be expected.
Appreciated, President Pro Tem Davis. I would also respectfully say that as we've also talked about, this is a forum for open discussion. And so I would certainly be remiss if I didn't suggest that Commissioner Calosa and President Good are equally committed to small businesses, to the righteousness of this decision, and to oversight. And so I'm sure that...
Thank you. That makes me feel really great.
I'm sure leaving us out of that was not intentional.
No. Well, everybody has to speak for themselves, and I appreciate it.
And I'm going to speak for Commissioner Calosa in this situation. Forgive me, Commissioner Calosa. I'll speak for myself. I assure you, I take oversight quite seriously, and will so in this situation as well. And my questions should not be mischaracterized or misunderstood as a lack of concern for LaGloria at all.
And my oversight wasn't as well. And I appreciate, though, hearing it from you. I'm thrilled.
Thank you. And I will also throw this out. We could also, I would like to make a motion, an amendment to the, or motion for an amendment to the report, calling for periodic verbal report backs to the board on the status of this. And that could be, we can figure out the when, but I would offer that amending motion, Mr. Jimenez. Do I have
before you ask for a second, Mr. Hood, can I ask Mr. Jordan, is it possible to add the sixth finding of having, if they're going to adopt the 5 recommendations, of also adopting the board report as the statement of the board of decision?
Yes, of course. Thank you for the reminder. As the board may recall, part of the original presentation did recommend an additional action, which essentially, if the board wanted to, makes the report that you have before you the board's statement of decision, which is one of the procedural requirements for when the board concludes the appeal. It has to make a written statement of its decision, and the report submitted before you provides a good basis for that. So that was an additional thing that was part of the discussion that we had so many hours ago.
So then, my amending motion that I would offer up is twofold. A, calling for recommendation 6, which would be what you just said, Ted, which was calling for a final or statement. So I'll have you articulate that again. And then recommendation 7, which would call for, we'll say periodic verbal report backs on the status of the relocation. Do I have a second to that amending motion?
Second.
Or was that your hand, Teresa?
No, I had a question.
That's me.
Question on the amendments, or you want to?
You needed a second? Is that what? Oh.
Yes, I'll take your second, Dr. Davis.
I recommend that we.
Let's just.
I had a question before we
President,
go.
could I recommend Commissioner Vegas' question?
Yep, everybody. Okay, so Commissioner Villegas, that's what I was asking everybody. Was that for a second, or was it a question? So Commissioner Villegas.
My question is, what happens if there is if this is not approved? That's probably a Ted Jordan question.
Jordan question, yeah.
Well, that is a good question. So I may have to lean on the Bureau to flesh out the procedure, but this is an appeal, and so the recommendation number 2 is to deny the appeal. So, is your question, if the appeal is not denied, would it be? Well, I mean, is it the board proposing to grant the appeal? Or, I guess I'm not quite sure. But I might defer to my colleagues who are presenting the item.
She would have to make a substitute motion, right? Dr. Campos?
Well, she could vote no and then make a motion, or anybody could. I mean, I think.
I have the same question, by the way. So
Okay, so let me just, I guess we could talk through this. So what would happen, what we're recommending, the city's recommending, is the lowest of the two options. Either to buy equipment, substitute equipment, and condition the property, right? Or move the existing equipment. That's really the only choice, right?
Yes, I clearly understand that. I understand that.
Okay, so
let me ask this.
Let me just finish this, and this might help you.
Sure.
So, the lowest cost option is $1.4 million to move the equipment. Okay, the lowest cost to buy substitute equipment and install it is $3.4 million. So you're voting on whether it could be moved or whether it.
I know that.
Or
I know
substitute equipment. So.
I got that.
Okay. So then it's 3.4 versus 1.4, but we can't justify. So the Board of Appeals would have to justify why it approved 3.4. And as long as we can justify whatever decision is made, why is it that the board approved 3.4 if it's not the lowest option?
Right. I understand that. I know that the board, speaking to the Board of Public Works, I know that, for example, on one of the motions where we really weren't ready, Jessica extended it for a couple of weeks. Maybe this is one such motion that we need to extend at least for a week so that it can be digested by the additional members, and maybe President Good can have some time to talk with members in terms of understanding the constraints that we have in public policy. It's a federal policy that we are, and I don't know if everybody can digest it all in, this 1 minute because we're ready to go home. and I know that this board has done that before. I know she extended something for graffiti or something. We extended it for a week or two, and maybe this might be a candidate that the member would want, as opposed to voting against this policy, because we don't have a choice. But maybe an extension of time might be appropriate, so some further discussion can take place. That's just my 2 cents.
I'm going to jump in, President Good, because I want to say that it doesn't, the way it's framed, it doesn't give us an option, and we're kind of like stuck on either this or this, and I think it's not, it's more than that. So in the past, or has always been, you know, and I take care of this culture that we have, or norm, or whatever we want to call it for a board. If any of us ask for a continuance, I always appreciate that we are giving that choice. I'm only following up with that because right now I still don't feel comfortable agreeing on this budget or that budget. You know, it's just, I don't know. I'm sorry, my gut, I'm not feeling comfortable yet. So if you put us in a bind, then that's not really our job. Our job is to exercise and see the entire picture and then make the best decision for us as a city and for our constituents. So, I mean, and maybe I don't even have a point, but I just want to say that I appreciate the fact that whenever one of us needs more time, we have been granted that. And I'll just say that.
Can we extend it for at least a week, Mr. President?
Commissioner, I'm sorry, I need to interject.
Sure.
This is not the Board of Public Works acting as the Board of Public Works, deciding whether or not to approve a project or approve another matter where perhaps additional staff briefing, which is entirely appropriate in those situations, that we do that. This is a quasi-adjudicative appeal. The discussion, the record of this appeal is the hearing itself. There are no outside meetings, discussions, things of that nature, additional information from staff. It all takes place in this hearing and not outside the hearing. That's why, as you may know, there's a transcript being created. This hearing constitutes, and the documents presented to the board constitutes the sole record of this matter. Nothing else outside this matter. So unlike 99.9% of the other matters that we do, this is a bit different. So if you want to continue it, we're going to reopen this very same hearing. And
thank you, Mr. Jordan, but I still think we haven't answered Villegas' question, which is what are our options here?
But I would like to, Vice President Garcia, I would like to hear the remainder of that just real quick because it is important to, can you finish, Ted?
Well, I'm just saying, it's different where if there's additional information you want from staff, the board can put the question to staff and then we can reopen this hearing and then have staff present that information. It's not other matters where, you know, there's some minutia detail where staff has briefed the board in legislative matters that the board does routinely. This is different. This is a hearing, and so LaGloria has rights. The Bureau of Engineering indicates there's rights there. So it is fundamentally different than typical matters that the Board of Public Works has. It's a bit unusual for us. We don't have these relocation appeals very often, but this is one, and so we have less flexibility. And as Uri said, and I can defer back to him to perhaps, or Bob, to sort of flesh out the answer to the commissioner's question. The board would need to justify the reason of selection of the higher amount, because the law constrains us to the lowest cost, and with the full knowledge, as staff has presented, that this is only a budget. We're not saying who they have to work with, and that, you know, reasonable and necessary costs are perfectly appropriate for making adjustments. So it's not the end of the story. The budget that's approved. That's why there's a contingency, in fact.
So with that, I think that and I want like a yes/no question on this, or yes/no answer on this. It is within our jurisdiction and authority to reconvene the Relocation Appeals Board, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Two, if a majority voted no on the report before us, that would in essence be a granting of the appeal, correct? Or no? Yes or no?
So could you,
So if the board voted as a majority to essentially voted no on the report before us, then that would be in essence a granting of the appeal.
If we voted no, what was the question?
yes, I believe that is the action that would result. I would invite sort of staff here to disagree. I mean, the report is written obviously with a set of recommendations and the support for that. So with the support
What was the
for
question? I apologize. What was
the support for the other action would need to be written out with a statement of decision.
If the board voted, if a majority of the board voted against the report, that would be a granting of the appeal.
Oh, wow.
An exhaustion of the appeal process for them.
Let me
If we vote.
let me add.
Well, if there is, it's
Can I please finish?
Sure.
Everybody. I'm laying out our options. If we vote to approve the report, we are denying the appeal. If we vote to reject the report, we are granting the appeal. We also do have the authority, I have the authority to reconvene the Relocations Appeal Board and continue the item.
That's what I vote for. I vote for that.
So real quick. So, Ernie, in your estimation, what is, and keep it tight, what is the next step if the board were to vote to grant the appeal? Does that presumptively then automatically essentially agree to that proposal, or do we have to then go through another process?
No, that's it. So if the board votes for the action of $1.4 million, we would prepare a claim. We typically help the owner prepare a claim. And then if they needed an advance to enter into a contract with a contractor, we would request a check for 50% of that amount, and they could enter into a contract with the contractor and start the relocation tomorrow.
Okay.
Commissioner, were you asking if you, go ahead.
I'm going to move to reconvene the Relocations Appeal Board and continue this item and everyone needs to be eyes wide open about this.
Sure.
We talked about the delay for the owner.
That's right.
Constitute another delay. We do not have time next week on our agendas. So if we do this, realistically, we're looking at the first week of January. So,
And can I note, we cannot brief anyone.
I understand that, Mr. Malowitz. Thank you. Gotcha. Thank you. I mean, thank you. I do. As a reminder, it's important to understand that. We will still, as a board, be reliant on our reading of the briefs. We can confer with counsel regarding process, but our conversations are just as limited as they were going into this. Commissioner Villegas?
Thank you for that clarification. If we continue this item till January, will BOE do anything, any additional talking or any additional number crunching or review of any bids that are currently in place?
No.
Okay, so I'm just setting the tone here. So essentially, nothing's going to change come January.
What I'm reading is that, and what I'm reading is that members want more time to digest.
Right.
How with it.
Right. It just,
Yeah.
it's the
I think
same,
you're right, President.
it's the same information that will be, so, okay.
And the same cadence in terms of our capacity, our ability to meet with folks and get briefed on stuff.
Sometimes timing is everything.
But there won't be there's no briefings on this issue, and so nothing's going to change.
Nothing.
Come January.
Well, the time will change, but who knows?
Okay, but you know, Vice President,
President Good.
I'm just saying, like, I feel like it's pointless to if we don't vote on it now.
I need everybody to pause. I beg your understanding and indulgence. It's 5:02. We can all talk at the same time, or just let me do my job, okay? Vice President Garcia, your hand is raised.
I just wanted to confirm, I understand that we cannot get a briefing on the case, but we could get a briefing on the federal law, right? So that we can better understand. We can't even do that?
You can talk to Mr. Jordan, I believe.
Well, yeah, whoever can explain to, I'm not asking on this case, or La Gloria, or Rudy, or none of that, the federal law. Can I be briefed on the federal law that tells us what...
Can she Google it, Mr. Ted?
That needs
I
to...
would not recommend Googling it. I can sit down and
Jordan and Dr. Davis, I think I'm in the middle of a question, and so I would appreciate if I can just ask this question. I'm trying to understand, Mr. Jordan, and I don't want to Google it, if I can get a professional briefing of what the federal law constitutes on relocation. I don't need to hear specifics. I don't need to hear La Gloria. I just need to know that. If you want me to Google it, I'll be more happy to it. If you want to send me an article or the law itself via email and I can read it, great. I appreciate that. I just want to know yes or no. That's all.
yes.
Thank you.
Got it.
So in the meantime, from now until we have our next hearing on this, I am requesting a briefing or information professionally sent by you or whomever on this law, because I want to further understand what it takes to put a budget together for this.
Okay, I'm going to, I'm motioning to reconvene the Relocation Appeals Board on Friday, January 7th.
Second.
President Good, before the board votes, with respect, a lot has been made about time and delay. I think it's appropriate for Mr. Cummings on behalf of La Gloria to state that he has no objection to continue this matter, because I don't want them to then later say, well, we disagreed. We think the board should have made a decision on December 8th.
Well, Mr. Cummings asked for a continuance at his first sentence of his case making, but you were right.
Well, I think that was a long time ago, so now we have it in front of us.
And Mr. Jordan, I got you. Mr. Cummings, and I don't actually promise that the decision will be made contingent on your answer, but...
I do not object.
Okay, so, first week of board...
I do not object to a continuance.
Gotcha. Dr. Campos, first week of board, and I should know this, is actually not the week of the 3rd, is it? It's the week of the 10th.
Correct.
Okay, so we will reconvene the Relocation Appeals Board on Friday, January 14th. Any objections, board?
None. Second.
Okay.
Second.
Do we have to vote on that, Dr. Campos?
I don't believe you do. However, it doesn't hurt to take a vote tabulation since we have an actual motion on the table at this point to continue the item to Friday, January 14th, 2022. There's been a motion by Chairman Good. Commissioner Davis has seconded. We can go ahead and take the vote tabulation at this time.
Mr. Chairman Good, can we check our calendars for the 14th if that works on our end?
I'm sorry. Oh, is that Mr. Ruiz?
No, it's Mr. Cummings' partner. Mr. He wants to check his calendar before.
I was a new voice and I was flummoxed. So yeah, sure, but not long because we're getting ready to get. And I would assume that we can all prioritize that.
He's left the room. He'll be right back. He's checking with his secretary right now. How's that?
January 14th is okay.
Okay. So, Dr. Campos, you want to take roll on the continuance motion?
Absolutely. There's been a motion by Chairman Good, seconded by Commissioner Davis to continue the item to Friday, January 14, 2022. Chairman Good?
Aye.
Commissioner Garcia?
Aye.
Commissioner Davis?
Aye.
Commissioner Villegas?
Aye.
And Commissioner Caloza?
Aye.
That motion carries unanimous, adopted, and the item will be continued to Friday, January 14, 2022.
Is that at 10 o'clock?
Yes, it is 10 a.m.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And I believe everyone's clear based on the deliberations thus far that about the parameters under which we will live as our briefings. And Mr. Jordan, you'll be kept busy. And feel free to share with everybody links to federal statutes, okay?
Got it.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is 5:08 p.m. It's been lovely. The meeting is officially adjourned. And actually, to all of you folks who were here all day, thank you for your time. Thank you for your engagement. Thank you for your commitment. Thank you for your hard work. This continuance is actually more of a reflection of all that hard work than it is a reflection of any discomfort or frustration with it.
Thank
It
you.
was like a law school class, even though we haven't been with the rest of you lawyers.
Great, good. President Good, I just want to thank also the interpreters that were on the line this whole time.
Who are probably literally exhausted. So thank you to the interpreters. And beyond exhausted, their heads probably exploded hours ago. So I hope for their health. So thank you, interpreters. Thank y'all very much. Really appreciate it. And this meeting is hereby adjourned. Thank y'all.
Yes. Yes.